It's all fake. What? Fucking true. People believe that. People fucking believe that. Il y avait un petit les juifs brandés avec c'est des slaves. Fuck. Los Angeles Speedway meczni.
So Justin Trudeau just recently visited the East Coast for the backpack. He's met with a bit of a mixed crowd. I'll be really honest. A lot of people there are there to support him or to keep photo options, and it's just super bizarre because that's not what we normally see or what we would normally want to see. But there is a patriot, the person is holding the camera, okay, no matter how much support Justin Trudeau seems to be getting by everyone else, he doesn't mind letting Justin Trudeau know what he personally thinks that so is. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the video. Before we get into it, let's remember to give us a smash like button and subscribe if you have not already. That's what we're the channel. Just a gentle reminder that this is extra channel, so I'd be able to notice the other ones, but I would appreciate it if you guys help this channel grow if you have all of the others. Without further ado, let's get into this. So here we go. It's absolutely hilarious. So Trudeau is met with an overwhelming amount of support. Everybody there consider celebrating, consider shaking his hand, take photos with him. My house is not bombs. My house is not bombs. Justin. 12 billion in bombs can buy a lot of houses. We need houses. this is why Justin Trudeau is, I mean, one of the many examples as to why he's just not going to win any people over, or anybody over, for that matter. The fact is, if you provide any sort of criticism, right, buy houses, not bombs, Justin. That's like a very valid thing to say here in Canada, given how much money we are giving to Israel, and a tremendous amount of military aid, but also dollars. And Canada is left in a state of what is going wrong. They have a rising population, it's practicing drug, there's weird crime, there's housing, it's scarce, there's no more houses that are being built. It's very valid. Although it wasn't a question, Justin Trudeau still actively chose to not look at cameramen, even us, not give them any attention. He just talks with everywhere around. Except for looking into the camera or looking at the person and saying, hello, thanks for being here, or whatever gaslighting shit he wants to do. Just completely ignored. It's very bizarre from a politician.
Justin, I don't think you can be either. You can be stronger. Look at this. Look at this.
Also, with that security guy just said, be careful. Dude, look, Trudeau's going to he's treating millions of people. And this guy's standing, he's going being asked over 6 feet away from the Prime Minister of Canada. He's standing using his words, buy houses, not bombs. It's not even a controversial thing to say. At least the security has audacity to that little one-liner to maybe to say something, right? To piss somebody off. And why even say that? Watch out, kids. It's just so ridiculous.
Hello, you guys. I'm speaking, I'm using my words. I have the right to address my girl. What's your name? What's your name? Touching me like that. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, sir. I have the right to be here just as much as anybody else. There's absolutely no right. Yeah. Because I'm telling you that my house is not bombed. $12 billion. Yes, sir, yeah. Yeah. No, we're here. I am here for that. I'm a little bit address my girlfriend, man.
You actually are disputing it by saying, get out of here. This isn't the time for it. He feels like it is the time for it, so he's allowed to say that. He's not being aggressive. He's not being assertive. He's not even trolling. He's not using slurs. He's not saying anything that would get him in trouble. He's not saying anything that he would be able to say out of school. Buy houses, not bombs. That's it. It's not. There's kids. It's a family event. He's not breaching that. He's not breaching that moral and ethical line. He's just saying buy houses, not bombs. That's absolutely insane. That these liberals, including the security, are throwing a bit of a fit. Okay, buy more bombs, Justin. Buy more bombs, no more housing. How about that? How does that sound, everybody?
There is no better day. There is no better day than a day to celebrate the deportation of the Acadians and the atrocities that happened, and now our homeland doesn't have houses for them because we sent $12 billion to Ukraine for bombs, man. Every day is the day for that. Every day. Every single day is the day for that. Don't put your hands on me. Everybody is more close to them. It's a message. I'm using my words to redress my government, which is a charter right. My house is not bombs, Justin! $12 billion for artillery shells to make a lot of houses, Justin! If I was telling you to buy a house instead of bombs, would I be allowed to shake his hand? No, my house is not bombed. $12 million spent on bombs in Ukraine when there's people in this community and around us that don't have a place to live. $12 million. And that's the guy that did it.
Honestly, what Canada needs is a little bit more of this level of enthusiasm. Not necessarily always going out in public like this, but having this discussion with family, friends, people that are interested in politics, or don't care about politics, or just aren't very first reading the consumer. Canada has been known to be a relatively safe country in comparison to other countries historically. But all of that is kind of exaggerated, and we could go down the immigration discussion spiral, but we're not going to focus on that. It just feels like people aren't aware that we're funding a war. Guys and guys, we need to support this because it's the government that is seeing it. Everyone, there are a lot of people that have obviously against the rules. If you're not, if you are pro that, why would you go keep all of these other countries, all of this money with the country? Even our country needs a massive amount of housing to do housing. It's crazy that people are just so blind to what's happening behind. It's not even a deep cut to the army. I'm using total browser and whatever these things are called. It's just switch away the counter against kids. Oh, it's not money. Oh, how many houses is Canada in the past years? Oh, that's not a lot of houses. Yeah, you're blind to it, apparently.
Sir. Why are you stronger than this guy? Why are you stronger than this guy? Why are you stronger than him? What's your turn? What's your turn in my town, man? Why? Stop, Justin! People in their own communities. All because of him. Look at the secret police are stronger than
You know what would be the difference is if this were to be a pair, probably as route. Pair is violence, right? This more or less hypothetical scenario of a future projects, right? That's what happened. It seems like this is Pierre will absolutely be James Prime Minister. Pierre's Prime Minister, and he's walking around out and seeing people for a while. So Pierre also has doing great things. And she's there for political reasons, right? There are policies Pierre's putting in. Oh, you're not supporting the cause of whatever the hell is going on. I think that the difference between not necessarily Pierre politician and Sudan's problem, right? Oh, you don't like that? Okay, well, let's talk about it. You might give me time of day, but more importantly, the supporters, the people, the difference in Trudeau, liberals, and Pierre, conservatives, or libertarians, people that just aren't on that radical left side of the spectrum, are willing to engage in a thought-provoking conversation and actually get down to the brass tacks about this is what's happening, here's my point of view, here's my perspective, here's how I live my life. I was raised, so these are my values and how I view the world, right? And you don't get that from left-wing radical liberals. You do get that quite frequently, actually, from people who are in the center or center-right or even on the right. And this analogy extends beyond people who are also on the right but may not support or like Pierre Poilievre, like people who would vote for Maxime Bernier or PPC, which people that wouldn't vote at all, would view themselves more on the right scale. These individuals were more capable to discuss these things in person instead of, that woman we just saw her, how dare I assume that individual gender, that person who appears to be a woman, shouldn't even say this stuff for us. But that person that was just on camera that was saying, get out of here, this is a good day for it, right? Like, why not just say, what do you mean? Bombs instead of houses? What is Justin Trudeau doing for housing? What amount of money are you seeing that we're spending on bombs? Like, those two questions alone can give this cabinet an opportunity to say, well, here's how a few houses we would build. It's not keeping up with average people that are going into Canada, and sort of rise of population from Canadian citizens. And also, this is how much money we've been spending overseas to fund these bombs. And that individual would actually be a little bit more knowledgeable in the fact that, oh, yeah, that doesn't seem right. Huh, I never thought about that, but I never found it because people just dismiss it. And that's the difference between the right and the left. The right has the ability to have those conversations. The left doesn't either have the ability or doesn't want to have that ability or just doesn't even entertain any sort of conversation around that. It's a closed case. Like, this is my way to everybody around. That's not civilized manner. That's also extremely rude, and also it's kind of crazy. It's not being totally honest, but let's continue this video of this guy just following Trudeau as he goes through the crowd and going, accountability. Oh, yeah, like you fucked over Scotia after marrying it. I'll try to accountability YouTube channel and leave your comments and times with just shooting a photo of my toilet because that's where shit belongs. That's not to know if you guys agree with that or not. It seems like over the years I get it printed in the bowl of the toilet so I can read this on it every day. You know those urinal bits? Like, they're favorites of me, just Judah, this gas pops, and like, spend time in the toilets, and Judah. Nonetheless, I wouldn't be surprised if that does exist. Speaking of merchandise that involves Just Judo that does exist, you can find one of these stickers linked down below in the description of the pinned comment below. There's a Wacko sticker or many other options to choose from. That's where we're going to end this video. On your way out, I'd like to encourage you guys to smash that like button, subscribe if you've not already, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
sometimes one size doesn't fit all. Too big, too small, too tall. If you want to get the job, a one-size-fits-all resume won't do it. There's an easy way to create a perfect resume to get the job you want. First, we give you proven industry-specific bullet points and the right keywords to customize your resume for the job you want. Then choose a professional resume template to highlight your unique skills, education, and experience. We even provide professional advice on a powerful resume check and tips to make sure your resume is perfect. Stand out from the competition, get noticed with a perfect resume, and get the job you want. Go to myperfectresume.com today. Find your perfect escape during the Highway Shift in the Drive Success event. Welcome to the entire parkland. Welcome to Northeast Louisiana. Your child is elementary school into the classroom and confronted by this non-binary teacher. You wonder why she's so happy. Guess why she's so happy? You didn't read the caption there. She's overjoyed because the little kids she's supposed to be teaching are confused about whether she's Martha or Arthur. Why would that bring you so much joy? Now, the Fortune 40 of lefty students on university campuses, the academics are no better. Indeed, one could argue that they're worse. They've indoctrinated their students, they've enabled and emboldened the worst elements, and they're joining the protests, and a few of them are getting themselves arrested in hilarious ways. Watch this economics professor from Emory University in Georgia, who was silly enough to hit a police officer that refused his orders to get down. Listen to her screaming, I'm a professor, as she is put in handcuffs. Economics professor, you think she'd have the good sense not to admit to assaulting the police officer even as she's led away in handcuffs. Wrong. These are the simple things that are determining our university student boards. And constantly, very quietly to get a protection. And investigate. Stop lady, we can't get possibly otherwise an officer overheard. What his attention is on Professor, saying it later, it wasn't just that professor, let's have a look at another one being led away in handcuffs. This one's a philosophy professor, it's very important. One last one from Georgia. Watch and listen as the break is this is my new green card. Now, you can be told enormous protest and particularly in places like North or California where that behaviour, that lawlessness is tolerated. Do not try those techniques in red states like Georgia. Texas, what year has law enforcement moving to restore order at the University of Texas? Even the Austin campus is not only a popular behaviour. Texas, where Austin has been slowly destroyed by the influx of Californians and New Yorkers. People from other states, but Australia, it's not Texas and border was considered. What influence when an attractive young woman invites people to know her? 25 years of meetings and today. Today you try to see the FCC refuses. It is not it is today. And 24 hours. You know.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Many of those, not all of them, many of those who were perturbed about sitting down with Israelis did soften their stance considerably. I mean, last week, that young lady, Noah Silva, she's a woman in Israel, was allegedly assaulted during a pro-Palestinian protest in Times Square. Let's have a look at that incident. Police have released an image of the man they wish to speak to about that alleged assault. Now, it's likely to move with some more champagne comedy from Australian duo Superwalk.
No, oh, doesn't matter. Bigger. That's body shaming, sorry. A human getting from the UK.
Let's say in Australia, Melbourne to look at the size of this correction between actually ban on what the pro-Palestinian protest is all about. Watch how reasonable and peaceful the response is.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. Seems like Justin Trudeau just can't help himself when it comes to scandal after scandal after scandal. And not only that, but launching those scandals in front of people's faces. Today it's no different. Now, over the weekend, I'm sure everyone heard this latest one that really is stacking the deck when it comes to our next election. Now, we do have stories coming up later this week talking about new pandemics being involved, things like that. The possibilities the country is shutting down again, boxing us all inside. Why would that be? Well, it's so coincidental that there's an election coming up in the States. There's one coming up in Canada at some point. Now, I thought this would be this video. We're talking a little bit more about the pressure coming on to Justin Trudeau to step back. He has voted essentially. Let's Parliament resumes
in the fall. Now, I've done videos talking about how his impeachments are threatening to quit. How anybody with any level of intelligence would point and step down knowing that their record is low, that people have had enough, that the polls are in the toilet. Well, I've often begged the question, is either really stupid or there's something we don't know, or is this some shenanigans? Well, look no more, because Good Mark Broadcasting Corporation should be funded. So it's going to get these ones because they show the narrative as to what's going on. Justin Trudeau is now named broadcaster Charles Adler, healthcare executive Tracy Mugby as the senators. Conservatives say that this was Trudeau's appointing his liberal friend. Well, of course he is. He's stacking the deck in the Senate so that essentially he can get away with whatever he wants. And when it comes to the next election, freezing the next election, people have said often, there's going to be a war, there's going to be something going on that makes Trudeau stall the election until 2026. Just wait, it's coming. This could be it. This could be the possibility. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau named 2 new senators on Saturday with broadcaster Charles Adler and healthcare secretary Mugby, joining the ranks of members of Canada's upper legislative chamber. The Senate of Canada will be stronger with its newest independent senators, Mr. Adler and Mr. Mugby, put their vast experience and knowledge to work for all Canadians in their new roles, Trudeau said in a news release. Adler, a refugee from Hungary, not that it matters, has been a broadcaster and writer for decades, an Annie Award winner, and has been a prominent political commentator throughout his career as a journalist. He will represent Manitoba in the Senate. Now, I know all about Adler. Again, I grew up in Winnipeg, and that's a shell. He's got his head up Trudeau's posterior. Mugby is a healthcare executive in Saskatoon. He's worked with on boards of numerous organizations in the health and social services sector. So again, somebody else who's going to be a nice little puppet for Justin Trudeau. In 2016, Trudeau instituted a new appointment process that relies on an independent advisory board. Formally, the Governor General appoints senators but acts under the advice of the Prime Minister. Well, Justin Trudeau's just gone out of his way to make sure that he's getting his friends in here, that anybody who sides with him or who has their noses turned a little bit shade of brown might help him out with it. Trudeau has now appointed 84 senators under the new process. The vast majority of senators sit in one of several independent groups. A number of senators form the Conservative caucus in the Senate as well. The Liberals revamped the appointment process in the hopes of creating a more independent, less partisan, and more diverse Senate. Again, they use these stupid words to make you think that they're all doing it in case it will be better and more tolerant. It is nothing more than again, just in the right stand. The contracts, the millions of contracts, with Mr. Trudeau's friend. Well, now these jobs are going to those friends as well, so the corruption in the state. Many independent senators do not have ties to the governing party and evaluate legislation based on their own judgment, often pointing to numerous amendments made to government legislation. Charles Adler is pro-Trudeau. He's a shill. He's the definition of a shill. This guy, in my mind, is an act. He has no business being in the Senate. I'm curious what kind of kickbacks Trudeau's given them. Conservatives have consistently argued since 2016 that the process results in liberal-friendly appointments. No kidding. A number of recent appointees to the Senate indeed have strong ties to the party. Well, of course they do. Do you guys remember that the Supreme Court said that invoking the Emergency Act was illegal? Where's the Senate on that one? The Chamber recently debated and disputed and ruled with more power to be independent. The Senate, those changes have been met with sharp criticism from the Conservatives. Mugby appointed Saturday previously ran as a candidate for the Liberals in 2015 and 2019, and has been a long-time donor to the party, according to the publicly available data. So why is she sitting on the Senate as a non-partisan? I'm sorry to laugh, but this is not. Like, this is where I talk about them flaunting it in front of your face. Like, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing to us, and they really just don't care. Adler does not run as a candidate, nor does his name appear in the federal constitutional database. He was long considered a conservative commentator, but in recent years he's discussed moving away from supporting conservative parties because of shifts in policy and approach in the last decade or so.
So when you highlight the comment about approach of the last decade, well, that's the time Justin Trudeau did. And of course, I'm sure his funding is jumped up in office. In fact, if you remember this video here that Marty of North has posted, where Trudeau says, well, media tells us what we're wanting here, they leave us alone because we pay them $600 million. You don't get stellar headlines like these without reels of an actual quote coming out of Trudeau's mouth. I mean, this is the government paid shill that's going to get the job on the Senate. I had such a hard time believing that a person who was a liberal prime minister and his critics would say too liberal, would even think about offering this to someone who has been, for the most part, small c conservative. Well, of course he's going to say small c conservative. But he's paid by Justin Trudeau. He gets some of that media kickback. To me, nothing proves independence more than someone like me, he said. He was honored to represent Manitoba. I don't know if Manitoba's too happy to have him on the Senate. Adler said that Trudeau emphasized to him during the phone call the importance of acting independently. He also said that several senators had reached out to welcome him, but that you know that, and communicated that they expected him to articulate a partisan view in the Senate. In a statement on Saturday, the Conservatives criticized the appointment of Mumford and Adler. It noted that Mumford's political ties and Adler's past criticism of Conservatives, saying the appointments proved that Trudeau was appointing his liberal friends to defend his disastrous policies. Again, this makes me question what we're headed in towards when it comes to our next election. Whether they're by-elections, whether it's the next federal election, again, I'm not here to say anything more but speculate that, people have talked about Justin Trudeau stalling out the next election, and of course, you can be in the Senate in order to do these things. There's laws that he wants to pass. There's bills that he wants that have to go through the Senate. Of course, just like he said with the CBC and other media outlets that they have to grease the wheel, so to speak. This is all that's happening in the Senate. They're stacking the deck. They're stacking the deck. They liberals. Absolutely disgusting. And the Conservatives nail it right on. He's just doing jobs to his friends. While Charles Adler wants to pretend he's a conservative, I can say once again that you talk about how you identify. If you want to get silly in their terms, well, I guess identify as transfinancial. So the government can stop being independent. I'll start moving their diverse policy. But when it comes to Charles Adler, no, he is not a conservative. He is a puppet shill for the Liberal Party of Canada. And quite frankly, I think he's a hack who belong in the Senate for any political position for that matter. And that's just my 2 cents and my personal opinion. Let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. It's the first time here. I hope this video is worth your subscription. Be sure, as you're in that button, click the bell for notification. We're live here on the channel each and every Friday. Right for live stream show. We talk about everything that's happened in the past week, politics, and everything coming up ahead, and a little bit of back and forth with the community. Grace me is always on that show now, becoming a normal staple. It's my wife, Mrs. Fringe, who loves to sit down with you guys, and it's always Sign record has been taken out and that Russia forced the leader to keep just what does this mean? Is there truly working and what's next for Russia? I'm Paul, U.S. Talk About That Better. Let's talk about all of it.
Okay, so this is from actually two different sources. One is the OC Technical X account, which reported that Ukrainian forces destroyed the third and final pre-war bridge over the Siam River. This is a comparison middle class. Russian forces south of the river now have only one pontoon bridge left. They used exfil, and we can see here that this is really bad news, right? A pontoon bridge is just not the same as a fully constructed pre-war bridge, mainly because a pontoon bridge, unless it's very robust, generally is a one-way street. You can have traffic going south or north, but not both, whereas a classic civilian bridge is going to be, because it doesn't have these military concerns, going to be wider, it's going to be able to accommodate a lot of traffic, continuous flows. It's also almost always connected via robust roadways, highways, right? Think about, you're not going to build a bridge that owns your trail, right? You're going to build it over a highway, so it means that, again, the analogy is the chart, right? Normally I'd say, like, oh, it's like a highway, but it literally is a highway. A pontoon bridge could be a dirt road. In fact, there's an incentive to build pontoon bridges in kind of covered and concealed positions that aren't immediately obvious, meaning that it's just slower and harder and more tedious to use. Not only the fact, but pontoon bridges still have the same vulnerabilities as a regular bridge. They're stuck in one location. Now, other source for this rumor is, again, a Russian bill blogger who's saying the last bridge over the Siam River in Karza village was destroyed. So this, you can see that there are two substantial copies. Of course, here is literally 2 minutes ago, a high-resolution image taken on August 17 showed the pontoon bridge across the Siam constructed by the Russians probably 3 or 4 days ago, after creating the anti-air bridges area. Of course, we notice the problem here. One, as discussed, you can see that this is just a really improvised bridge. One, it's not connected to any kind of major roadways. And also doing really hard to facilitate that sort of high volume of traffic. Literally, it's pontoon bridge. There are many these areas that just have distracting vehicles. So you can see, obviously, if this pontoon bridge were to remain in operation, which itself is not that likely, given the fact that literally you can do some rando on the internet and tell you where to find it, target it. And the fact that they built a pontoon bridge would appear to be within, what's this, going to be 8 kilometers forward Ukrainian position. This is not long, it's 4 or 5 minutes, but you guys what? This is the real bad news. And we're going to talk about what's really bad for Russia, or how we know it's bad. But first, of course, you guys are like me. Maybe you feel like all your bridges being taken out, right? You're trying to get the energy to tackle something, get after it, right? But you don't need to go building pontoon bridges directly in front of enemy artillery. Maybe you just need a little extra caffeine. If you're an energy drink guy, you should check out Strike Up. Why? Because Strike Up has literally concentrated an entire energy drink in each individual piece. Right? What does that mean? It means that each one of these pieces has 90 milligrams of caffeine plus 100 milligrams of alpha GPC, basically a Red Bull's worth of caffeine in each individual piece. But unlike a Red Bull, these are sugar-free, meaning you're not going to get any kind of sugar crash afterward. Best of all, of course, better known, made in the USA. So if you want to check out Strike Up, you can go to strikegum.com, link is in the description, and check it out, right? We've got first responder discounts, customer discounts, all kinds of stuff. We just wrapped up our back to school sales. Hopefully you guys got it and while you could. But you can still get the tray with the 5-pack or the 8-pack if you want to try it out. And you cannot argue with the results. Thousands of people have checked out Strike Up and love it. Reviews on Amazon and on Strike Up are clear. So check us out. StrikeUp.com. Okay. Here's what I thought was really the most interesting. First off, you can see here there are reports of Ukrainian forces again seizing more and more villages, but what's significant, you got Snagos, but you also have this smaller village here, Abansivka. Russians. Just what I felt like I had go to the sound of the Ukrainian villages, not the one of the Russian villages. It's unbearable. But here's the key thing. Notice where this village is located, right? Of the entire Ukrainian advance, right? And they've been advancing in a whole bunch of different directions, but notably, this is one that is south of the Seine, right? So if you're a Russian trooper and you're south of the Seine here, well, it makes sense that you're going to start to pull back from these kind of outer edges, right? And we see here on live here, Deep State's even more robust. Again, there's that particular Styros. Here's the sign. And you can see that in the last 24 hours, they're updating this a little slower. And you can see these are pretty super dark advances by Ukrainian forces. This is all looking to be of a movement of these Russian forces kind of inward. They're contracting further to. You can see that what yesterday Deep State was calling contested, the Toyota is now being listed as Ukrainian consultant. So you can see this is exactly what you would expect Russian forces to do if they felt their ability to control was compromised. So again, this withdrawal process, that control withdrawals don't look like this, right? They're trying to put the Ukrainians, the Ukrainians cross the side here. And they're trying to, again, slide their way back and consolidate into a small perimeter here near the only operational bridge. And that, I think, is what the Russian strategy is, or at least should be. And again, bear in mind, guys, this is significant for Russia, because they don't have any troops here, but it's not significant for Ukraine. So Ukraine, so Ukrainians treat this border as porously as they like. The mouse bound, push it to the center, they can do whatever they need to do. So we sit there and go, oh, the Ukrainian forces are trapped under the sign. Well, no, they're not. They literally just walk around. Right? They just go around. They can cross from friendly turf to friendly turf. Right here, and then re-enter. Right? They can literally cross the sign entirely Ukrainian territory. And then push the Russians from another direction. So I point this out again. This is why this is just a complete situation for Russian forces that are stuck here on the border. They may literally just be stuck. Withdrawal. If that pontoon bridge goes, they're going to be unable to do so, not at scale. And they won't be able to sustain the fight, right? No ammunition will get to them, and they won't be able to withdraw. But for Ukraine, remember, they don't want Russian forces to withdraw, so they're going to withdraw, they're going to resupply. Some of them will man the north bank this time, but that doesn't require that many troops. You only need enough to stop Ukraine from doing a large-scale crossing operation. That's not that many. Instead, those troops are likely going to try to shore up the situation for an Evo, or other kind of... And that is something that Ukraine really wants to do if they can. All. Because you can see... You can see there's 24. They are big. Here. So, for Ukrainian forces, the preferred outcome is to isolate these Russian troops and then capture or eliminate them as a fighting force, keeping them from being reinforced. That's all I need. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. You know that makes a difference. Tells YouTube that I'm one of the legit creators when it comes to the Russian show. And of course, thank you to our girl team members, particularly Martin Bob, Chris Rossi, Stuart Abel, Daniel Brown, Sergei Zinchenko, Chris Helms, Chris Borsich. I could not do this without you guys. That you guys are the ones who make this whole thing possible for me. I appreciate you so much, and I will see all you guys. Cheers.
In an unexpected, shocking turn of events, on Tuesday, August 6th, at least 2 Ukrainian army brigades assaulted over the border onto Russian soil for the first time in history. They started fighting 11 separate Russian villages. Early reports from the Russian Ministry of Defense claimed it was at least 1,000 soldiers, but since then that estimate is likely many times that, more than 11 main battle tanks. and 20 armored combat vehicles, including American-produced Strykers. The Ukrainians pushed up the R-20 highway and have advanced at least 20 kilometers, although unconfirmed reports claim as far as 40 kilometers as of Sunday, August 11th. Moscow Times tweeted 76,000 Army supporters were initially skeptical of this decision to conduct this risky attack, claiming it's a mistake to expend manpower and resources while losing ground elsewhere along the front line. However, supporters of the move claim it's turning the tables back onto Russia. It's already been called the first invasion of Russian territory since World War II. In this video, I want to examine why Ukraine is taking this risk on a strategic level, how they were able to pull this surprise attack off on a tactical level, and what Russia's response might be. A quick disclaimer, I don't think you can focus on one aspect of the war where Ukraine is doing well, or only focus on one aspect of the war where Russia is doing well. That was the entire war in this video, so you have a more complete picture. This means we'll also cover Russia's advance to the Donbass on the key town of Korosti. Two things can be true at the same time, right? Ukraine can lose ground in the Donbass, which is a rough situation for them there, and this incursion into Russia can be bad news for Moscow. We see there's good reason to believe, though, that these two things are closely tied together. One of the reasons this is such a significant development, because in the past we've seen these limited temporary raids into Russian territory several times in the past year. These were obviously pro-Ukrainian Russian units that did this kind of cross-border incursions. The Ukrainian government has always denied being responsible for these actions in the past that were supposedly the action of Russian soldiers who were fighting for Ukraine. These operations in the past were under a kind of plausible deniability reasons. Basically, they were ethnically Russian proxies for resistance groups. I'm talking about the Russian Volunteer Corps and the Free Russian Legion, but this is the first time multiple Ukrainian flag brigades have crossed over the border. It's unlike anything we've seen so far. According to pro-Russian military bloggers, the Ukrainian incursion has troops in 11 different settlements with names I won't even struggle to pronounce. They're attacking along three directions. Up as they drive deeper into Russian territory, mainly up the R-20 highway, but also I want to direct your attention for a second to this town, Sudzha, a small village of about 5,000 people. The best information I can find shows Ukraine is in control of at least 50% of the town as of the morning of Sunday, August 11th, and they've surrounded it since then. Small arms battles, artillery, and airstrikes raged all across the border region since August 6th on Tuesday. Sudzha actually holds strategic value for Moscow. This is because it's where the monitoring meter is located for the flow of gas from Russia into Europe. 14 billion cubic meters of Russian gas transits through this line. Russia earned about $8 billion from their gas sent to Europe in 2023, as far as I can tell. This might be counterintuitive for you to hear, but Ukraine actually has some incentive to not shut down Russia's gas. This is because it would negatively impact their allies in Europe if they did. For example, Slovakia and Hungary, they're heavily reliant on Russian gas still. 98% of Austria's gas still comes from Russia. In general, Europe has greatly reduced their reliance on Russian gas, but there are still some allies that require it. The Sudzha facility is the only point of entry for Russian gas in the European Union, which is located right on the border with Ukraine. But the thing is, it's also been located close to Ukraine's border, and the pipeline actually runs straight through Ukrainian territory to reach Europe. So, as you can see with this map here, so if they wanted to cut Russian gas supply, they could have done that a long time ago already. They need to capture this up. I don't want to completely discount this possibility, though. There could certainly be some strategic aspect to controlling the gas metering that I don't fully understand. I translated what this Ukrainian soldier said in this video, where you can see them at the metering station. Sudzha is the city of Sudzha is under the control of Ukrainian armed forces. The strategic objective of the Gazprom is under our control, unquote. That's what he says there. And this does suggest to me that the Gazprom station is one of the targets. But we'll see later on because there's some other critical infrastructure pieces in this direction, including Justin Valley.
Now, I'm not allowed to show you images of POWs or captured Russian troops on YouTube. If you go to my Instagram at Captain in the description, I've posted some video clips there for you showing the Ukrainians have captured over 100 Russian troops in person. That's what has been visually confirmed so far, although Ukrainian sources claim to have captured 300 Russian troops. But the visual evidence that I can show you is of this burned-out Russian tank that wasn't able to get off their transportation truck flatbed in time before it was destroyed. This raises some serious questions about Russia's defensive fortifications and intelligence operations in this region. Reportedly listed border guards, poorly trained conscripts, and also FSB, Russian agents guarding and advising air Russia's work in the CIA, have three defensive lines were breached by Ukrainian troops, being backed up by artillery and heavy guns. For context, Russia's defensive line here has been built for the last 2.5 years. It has cost them over $178 million. Ukrainian troops appear to just blow through it within a few days. This could be in part because Moscow's forces have recently been focused on the Donbass and Luhansk regions, and that focus has gained them territory there over the past few months, but possibly at the expense of protecting more quiet sectors like Kherson and Sumy, where relatively little has happened. Over the past few years, there's been Russian Spetsnaz incursions that I've noticed, and there's some small reports here and there, Ukrainian cross-border special forces raids as well, but that's really about it. We now know the Ukrainian military combined the ground assault and a cyber attack on internet resources in Russia's Kursk region, shutting their communications down. A massive DDoS attack by Ukraine shut down their services, likely made communications and calling for reinforcements difficult for Russian units, because as we know from other reports, that basically stated that Russian troops on the ground are making a lot of use of their personal cell devices. So cutting off personal communications to cellular devices could interrupt their military chain. One of the most interesting things that stuck out to me, though, about the attack came from a pro-Kremlin military blogger who claimed that he saw the Ukrainian units bringing in bulldozers and engineering equipment and building fortifications. This suggests to us that Ukraine isn't attempting just to create a diversion. They're trying to build fortifications and consolidate their gains here. This suggests it's not just simply some diversion attack, as many have suggested. Whether this works or not, only time will tell. Early reports suggest that they're able to drive deep into Russian territory by going around the more heavily guarded instead of stopping to fight them. Ukrainian soldiers released this video showing some of the tactics they use to gain ground here. First, main battle tanks are plowing through, clearing a pond, and they've got anti-drone cages on them. They're going through a field, so they're staying off of the main roads in order to keep that element of surprise. Up next, we've got engineering vehicles coming in. We're going to talk more about this in detail. That gives us some indication of what they're going to be doing there. Here's your fighting vehicles, bringing the ground soldiers once an active clear, and finally, Motormen are dropping that mobile indirect fire support. Russian Telegram channels have given more hints as to Ukraine's objective here. They said, quote, our aircraft and UAVs worked all night. Enemy concentrations were destroyed. The enemy is attempting to create supply lines. That would suggest to me that Ukraine's intentions are to stay. Whether that will work out or not will play out in the next few weeks. But to give you some quick context, this fighting is happening about 500 kilometers, 320 miles from Moscow. It's the location of one of history's largest tank factories, and some feet north on Twitter where you point that out. Retired Army General Peter Fellow from the military studies at Lowy Institute, he put it this way, saying, quote, the Ukrainians have attacked with mechanized force. This is different to the Russian dismounted attacks in Kharkiv in recent months. A high level of mobility is essential to creating or exploiting gaps in enemy defenses and rapidly exploiting such gaps. Speed and shock action are vital. This is the theme of this attack that I think you can walk away from. If you know anything about this attack, surprise, and leverage. The Russian intelligence and border guards were caught completely by surprise. So I'll get to how they achieved that element of surprise, or how they might have achieved it in a minute. The live map shows us a Ukrainian soldier at their grocery store here in Sudza, and he's carrying a Western AR-style weapon, a red dot optic for close quarters combat, and he's got night vision mounts on there, which has been a major advantage of them in this direction. We'll see a lot of this used in Western small arms vehicles, indicating that these were some of the more elite Ukrainian units leading the attack. And this mission seems like a risky suicide one-way mission to me. To explain why this initial report seemed to be offensive use of convict units. 1,000 prisoners were released from Ukraine equipment to military service starting in early July, similar to tactics used in Russia. These units are often used as assault squads, storm units, and we've seen that they were treated a little bit more expendable. We now have an idea of where they're fighting in Ukraine, or in Russia, so to speak. Are we calling this a counteroffensive or a counter-invasion? What's the nomenclature we're going with? So, how many soldiers did it take to pull this attack off? The answer will have major repercussions for the battle. Exact troop strength estimates are difficult to pin down, and Ukraine has been very mum since the attack started, but David D., a former intelligence guy on X, said it was now 8 brigades in the battle. Other sources claim 3. But this is a wide range. It could be as many as 2,000 soldiers, 1,000, but the wildest estimates I've seen are 25,000 soldiers. It took Russia 50,000 troops to gain similar amounts of territory in Kharkiv, so it's not impossible, although they only dedicated 15,000 to the attack. The estimates of the Ukrainian Special Forces, Legion, that were involved in the cross-border attack. Much of this information is based off of what Russian military bloggers posted details of the Ukrainian brigades involved deployed here. The likelihood of the Persian being propelled back is tough to judge, because unlike American brigades, which are always about 4,000 strong, Ukrainian ones can vary from as small as 1,000 to as big as 5,000. What we do know is that these forces have been held back in reserve, waiting for this attack for some period of time, when they could have been reinforcing the front lines, which was then doing the cost of this attack. We'll have to wait to see what's working with them. A pro-Russian source, Rybar, had this quote that helps explain what happened. Despite the attempt of Russian joint movement troops to stop the advance of Ukrainian mobile groups, the scale of the crisis has expanded. This is their words. Unfortunately, the tactics of the Ukrainian formations, with an emphasis on high speed, dashes, bypassing fortified areas, and maximum expansion of the breakthrough zone, without securing at the first stage, in its simplicity, surpasses the capability of the Russian army to counterattack. They claim Ukraine has reached the town of Sholdotsk. To give you an idea of why Ukraine might want to divert troops of Russia's troops away from nearby Kharkiv. I don't know if people know this right now, but Russia is close to being within artillery range of Kharkiv if they're able to advance another 10 kilometers and capture Lipsky. If they be within artillery range of Ukraine's second largest city, this would be devastating for them, and it could help explain why they're taking this risk. Is 30,000 square kilometers. For context, it has a population of 1 million people, and would probably take an entire 400,000 soldiers to capture it. So what is Ukraine really doing? What's their objective? There are 3 possible goals that have been floated outside the Yasmin of the minute. One is to force Russia to divert troops away from other parts of the front line, 2, morale, 3 is possibly to trade land with troops to Georgians. History has a lot of examples of this strategy being used. At the end of the Korean War in 1953, during the armistice negotiations, both sides used their control of specific territories as bargaining chips. Israel in 1967, 68 more they used their control over certain territories as leverage in peace. Land is often used in negotiations. But this would require that Ukraine actually hold on to the territory, so it would be interesting to see if that happens. The attack is so brazen and unexpected, it's important to note the diplomatic response from around the world. Do countries support it or not? European Union spokesperson Peter Stano, he said, quote, Ukraine has the legal right to defend itself, including by striking at the aggressor on its territory. The United States response has been a little bit different. They're saying that they're going to reach out to the Ukrainian military to learn exactly what their objectives are here. In fact, some of them declined to comment on the attack. The important question that we're going to have confirmation on that, probably whether or not America knew about this attack beforehand. After a costly leak of intelligence documents in 2023 by America, Ukraine has kept their information a little bit more close to the chest since then. President Putin of Russia said the attack was, quote, a large-scale provocation, end quote. Now let's check in and see what John Mearsheimer had to say about it. What people fail to understand is that Kursk is in Ukraine's national sphere of influence. Some are calling it incursion, others are calling it invasion. Either way, I can count on people in the comment section to say it from Germany. This I believe Ukraine has traveled these 30 kilometers to Russia. It's partly because Russia released footage themselves of a year cluster bomb attack on Ukrainian troops. And that strike was geolocated to this GPS coordinate 30 kilometers from the border. And Russian mill bloggers have reported firefights occurring here on the Stavskivka. 2 Majors is a Russian mill blogger. He reported 7 Ukrainian tanks were battling against them at a village in Medvista. How did they penetrate so far so quickly? Similar to how the Russian forces invaded Kharkiv for a second time, and the main Ukrainian defensive lines weren't located directly on the border. Sometimes the defensive lines are about 10 kilometers back from the border because these positions offer better geography for defense just naturally. In this case, the main thing Russian defensive lines appear to set up to protect here is the railroad route from Lyav to Novgorod. That rail line. The rail line is vital to Russia to move troops to and from Belgorod, vice versa to Kursk. This is part of the reason why sending reinforcements is so difficult for Russia right now, because that rail line has been cut off and stopped by Ukraine. A Russian railway company confirmed the stations at Sudzha, Koreanino, and Isel were temporarily closed to passengers. If these maps are accurate, Ukraine is 22nd and 82nd. Be able to control this railroad line if they hold this territory. The freight and passenger line we're talking about here is important to the Russian army. The line runs from Moscow all the way down to the southern border of Ukraine. I'd be shocked if Russia didn't expend considerable resources in an attempt to protect this asset and direction. Another key piece of infrastructure that we need to talk about is strategically of note here is the Kursk nuclear power plant. It feeds power to all the Kursk Oblast and 19 other regions. Capturing it, however impossible the task that would be a major problem for Russia. I'm not the one saying I'm worried about that happening. This is what the Russian Ministry of Defense, Russian National Guard themselves reported. They publicly said that they're increasing security at the Kursk nuclear power plant. Russia's captured several power plants in Ukraine, suspending and controlling electrical power that Ukraine badly needs right now, an aspect that I'll dive into later, the energy aspect of this war later in the video. But that power plant is 45 kilometers away, about an hour drive from the extent of the event so far. While nothing is impossible, most experts agree that it's far outside the realm of possibility for Ukraine to make it to that power plant. The fact that there are a lot of videos of soldiers releasing footage themselves through social media, which would normally break offset rules, makes me think possibly part of the operation in Kursk is designed specifically as morale boost for PR victims. I'll translate what the Ukrainian soldier is saying in this video. Here he's saying, "Who says the boys can't go abroad? And the border guards are gone." This one's saying, "We're in Russia now, glory to Ukraine." That military history has lots of examples of symbolic battles that don't have as much of a strategic importance, still having an impact on the war. We need to talk about Russia's response so far because what happened next was kind of chaotic. Russia's initial attempts to reinforce this direction were ambushed by Ukrainian special forces, small units that they had forward position, and long-range strikes. So far, Russia's sent a mix of conscripts and special forces to respond. This Rybar map, pro-Russian source, forces are located. Ukraine knew this ahead of time during their planning, probably over the last few months when they've been planning this. So according to preliminary reports, they've placed landmines on their flanks and used long-range HIMARS rocket strikes to hit reinforcements while they're en route from the town of Roskate, where they disrupted what appears to have been a HIMARS cluster munition. Maybe some shrapnel pepper all of the dippers that tore through them. They may have taken out the entire company.
This is one of the reasons this operation wasn't really possible even a year ago, because Ukraine didn't have permission to use American-made long-range weapons on Russian territory until recently. One of the ways they might have done this is by hacking into traffic cameras that are commonplace along Russian highways. This essentially gave Ukrainian intelligence eyes on all the highways. Cyber warfare may have allowed Ukraine to get great intelligence in postal walks. Operational security mistakes were made, like this Russian reporter, who was definitely not used to seeing movements inside Russia like this. He publicly posted videos showing the location of these troops, putting the Russian units at risk by showing their location because Ukraine could see this in public. There's currently a debate raging back and forth about whether Ukrainian troops would be quickly repelled like past incursions, but this is more of a serious development for Russia. But by August 9th and 10th, the ISW was reporting that Russian forces had counterattacked and had begun to stabilize the lines there. It appears like the extent of Ukrainian rebuilding may have been reached, although it is too early to tell yet. While there are landmines all over here, possibly because Russia just didn't imagine Ukraine would do this. This is one of the only times in history that a nuclear power has had territory taken away or has ever been invaded. The Kargil War of 1999 saw India and Pakistan, both nuclear powers, change some territory to maybe kind of a similar historical event. I mean, as close as I can get. This was considered a red line that Ukraine would not cross because of Russia's nuclear weapons. It raises questions about the Russian Collective Security Treaty Organization, whose Article 4 says in the event of an attack, all countries would help Russia if they called for it. One of the reasons for this border ridiculous is that it shows Russia's threats and the United States are not enforced. Not saying I agree with this or not, it's just one of the possible reasons given for why Ukraine took this risk. When the fighting first started, Russian hill bloggers were quick to dismiss it, saying, quote, the enemy has zero prospects. This is not an offensive. This is a local operation to divert forces and resources. If I've learned anything covering this war for the past 2 years now, anytime me or any other defense analyst tries to make predictions about what will happen next in the war, they end up hitting their words. There are so many variables, so many inputs that go into this war, so many intangibles when it comes to combat at this scale, that it's difficult even for the world's most top intelligence agencies to say with much confidence what will happen next. I've been humbled by this unpredictable and often terrifying war. In the United Kingdom, British Defense Intelligence, they have this useful metric here that shows how their intelligence agency talks about war. It's called the possibility yardstick that they use when talking about forecasting events in war. The serious defense analysts use this shared vocabulary. Basically, if you read an article or you watch a video, look for keywords such as likely, remote chance, or realistic probability, because talking in absolute terms or making certain predictions is often misleading in the fluid and unpredictable nature of military conflicts. Analysts prefer to frame their assessments in terms of probabilities and likelihoods, reflecting the inherent uncertainties and the complex variables that are involved. I've learned that this approach allows for a much more accurate understanding of potential outcomes without over-committing to a single narrative or prediction. I can see the remote chance, which is why it's so challenging. The second thing defense analysts try to do is try to provide insights to things that already exist by explaining how or why something occurred before. But the most important question that we want to look at inside here, how did this entire war happen? How did you make time over 1,000 soldiers, vehicles, fleets, drones, surveillance, and satellite, and the time to buy satellite that right now with 5 up? The question is totally not frank and accurate. How do they do this? The best estimate I can offer is that possibly they were essentially stationed in the center of the country, which is not sufficient to drive to order within 3 hours, for example, or that job. Some kind of participation, it might have called Russians down off guard. Nothing happens on the time about internal cameras, drones, spies, and military stuff. We know Russia is not going to practice cover that wasn't very useful. I think this was very hard on the online events and offline events. But Jack in 6.4 said Google Maps shows us
Russian military in that area are under echelon clowns, but multiple times actually that these are under Russian forces. The rumor is that they were aware of this, and the staging area of off instead of preparing for a new one. This is the commander of the Ukrainian forces is very likely to mastermind this attack. It was also that previously was responsible for the 2022 counteroffensive. This attack has since been styled attack by cheating on the surprise. It's also multiple enemies and civilians because Zelensky wanted to pursue a more aggressive offensive action instead of just defensive. All of a sudden, right after the attack, it's high up the general staff stop, kill, and set of it sure. However, the reality on the ground, that's very good on state, is that is far from the case. Now, Ukrainian forces are currently taking some hits from Russian glide bomb strikes. There's a major Russian air base in Kursk, it's about 100 kilometers or 60 miles from the border, but this is where a lot of aircraft take off when they bomb Ukraine's energy grid. They take off from here. Which brings us to the recently received F-16 fighter jets that we've seen flying over the country in Ukraine. Igor Surko on X wrote that he believes the reason that these were outfitted with AIM-120 missiles would shoot down the Russian Ka-52 Alligator attack helicopters that have caused Ukraine's offensive operations much headache in the past. Ukraine claims to have shot down 3 of these helicopters and 1 fighter jet in this direction so far. This indicates a lot of air defense assets were dedicated to this advance. Evidence of this comes from pro-Russian sources themselves, saying air defense has kept their bombers at a distance. This could explain why Ukraine was able to pull off a cross-border incursion offensive action like this, because they had air support. Apparently, drones can even act as air defense now. Geolocated footage recently showed a Russian helicopter taken out by a drone in Kursk, so it might not have been the F-16 that went. Over the past few months, Ukraine has been busy doing several things. First, I've observed them destroying Russian artillery pieces and hardware in increasing numbers. For the past few weeks, I've also observed Ukraine specifically striking S-300 and S-400 Russian air defense systems with HIMARS and ATACMS, essentially shaping operations for these kind of missions. Even if Ukrainian forces end up withdrawing from their positions soon, this will force Russia and Belarus to expend more resources in the future on defending their long front lines and draw them out. The U.S. places certain restrictions on weapons provided to Ukraine that govern how they can use them and where they can use them. For example, recent changes to rules have increased Ukraine's ability to use HIMARS rocket inside of Russia, but only on certain kinds of targets, like Russian troops, not on oil facilities, for example. As soon as these restrictions were changed, Russia's advance into Kharkiv was stalled for the time being, after they took heavy losses. There's also the possibility that this could have been a morale move. After more than 8 months on the back foot on the defensive, Ukraine needed to retake some kind of initiative. They've been getting hammered by glide bombs, and their electrical grid has taken a beating, as we'll talk about in a minute. But the Viet Cong Tet Offensive, for example, in 1968, failed to achieve its strategic and tactical goals, but the mere fact that they were able to muster a massive offensive was a shock to the American public and American war planners who thought they were going to breeze through. And it's credited with being one of the reasons why American support for the war continued to slow down. Evidence for this comes from the Ukrainian government's first statements about the purpose of the attack. Head advisor Ukraine Podolak said, quote, "This increases the cost of war for Russia quantitatively. More armored vehicles have been destroyed. The Russian Federation has lost territories, and there's been more casualties. This affects how they perceive this war. What I'm saying is morale victories don't always, but sometimes can have translate into physical, tangible changes on the ground.
In the equation here, it shows Ukraine's backers that investing more weapons and vehicles into the war effort isn't a waste of money, and that they still have a will to fight. But I don't just tell you that Ukraine has had some success here and that they're going to win the war tomorrow. That's not my thing here. I also tell you about the Russian battlefield successes. I want to give you the full picture. I aim to be objective. Pokrovsky is the Ukrainian town that's under threat of being captured by Russia. This is the direction that they've assaulted after capturing Avdiivka. Russian troops have advanced within 20 kilometers from this town. The reason for losing Pokrovsky is such a strategic problem because it lies on the T-0504 highway that connects to Bakhmut and kind of runs a full circle through the country. This is Russia's main effort as their offensive actions, and the situation along this sector of the front line has been bad for Ukraine for months. It's important for resupply and reinforcing soldiers. The deteriorating situation here for the Ukrainians is the main motivation given for the attack into Russian territory. Ukraine might be hoping that it pulls Russia's forces away from this direction. Pokrovsky is a town with a pre-war population of about 60,000 people. If it were to fall to Russia, this could collapse the front line further to the east, including near Chasiv Yar. Resupplying them with ammo all along this front line here, and material from western supply routes leading to Kyiv can be difficult. There's still Route 1 highway leading there, but it would cut off one of their main supply routes. I don't think it would be valuable for me to sugarcoat the situation in this area. It's dire for you. There are an estimated 20 regiments and brigades in this direction, roughly 40,000 Russian troops possibly. On the other hand, there are probably about 6 Ukrainian brigades here, possibly 12,000 troops defending this location. Here we see video evidence of an American-made M2 Bradley getting hit with an anti-tank guided munition here. The crew survived, no one was KIA, but it shows how costly the fighting has been in this direction. Ukraine is getting hammered by glide bombs here, which has allowed Russian infantry to advance. It only became more difficult to hold a city. It only becomes more difficult to hold on to a city once the opposing force gets within 20 kilometers because accurate artillery fire starts to rain down. So now Russian forces are within 17 kilometers. Ukraine will likely start to feel the pressure even more. One of the major risks of the first operation is that it takes thousands of Ukrainian best soldiers and at least dozens of their armored vehicles away from what could have been protecting this direction. Only time will tell if the risk was worth it, so to speak, and we'll need more time to see if there's other parts of Ukraine's plan that we're not yet seeing. Advances in the village of New York are also significant, because after that, Russia could push north and cut off that supply line. And Ukraine's top general himself has pointed out what a bad situation they're in overall. He said when it comes to equipment, there's a ratio of 1 to 2 or 1 to 3 in Russia's favor. He said that since 2022, the number of Russian tanks has doubled from 1,700 to 3,500. Artillery systems have tripled, and armored personnel carriers have gone up from 4,500 to 8,900. He says that the enemy has a significant advantage in forces and resources. Russian troops have increased from 100,000 to 500,000 since the start of the war. So Ukraine readily admits that they're far outnumbered and they're not in a good situation right now. This advantage has led to recent gains, although he knows these are minor tactical victories, not operational breakthroughs. Angelica Evans is a researcher at the Institute for the Study of War, said that across Ukraine, Russia has been advancing around 6 kilometers each day since March of 2024, which is more than double the average daily gains for between August 2023 and February 2024. Over the past few months, Russian forces have inched forward across the front lines, taking ground here and there. Russian troops are moving closer in on Chasiv Yar. Now, Russian soldiers continue to advance east of Goldar as well, but to try to stop Russia from continuing its advances, Ukraine's military is in need of more manpower. That's why they recently passed a new law aimed at mobilizing 500,000 civilians. It expands the population that would be drafted into military service. Two of the major reforms were lowering the age of the draft from 27 down to 25, and the requirements of all eligible men to register so that they can easily be called up when needed. The law went into effect 3 months ago, about in May. The Ukrainian military planned to stand up 10 to 15 new brigades. It's possible to combat, however, from this assault came from this mobilization. Ukraine has a much smaller population than Russia, at 38 million versus 144 million. For context, the Soviet Union only had about 180 million population in 1940 before World War II, and they were willing to lose 26 million people in that war. This gives me some indication that Russia may be willing to lose many more soldiers. The counterpoint to that, of course, is that World War II was an existential battle for their survival, and the demographics were much younger in the Soviet Union in the 1940s. Also, more people were farm laborers, so it's not a good analogy exactly. But the point is, Ukraine needs to prepare for the possibility that Russia might continue fighting and not bank entirely on them giving up. Ukraine first mobilized its population immediately after the invasion in February of 2022. Thousands signed up to defend the country, many more were conscripted. However, most of those were called up to fight already and are still fighting today. The original draft included a 36-month time limit on conscripts, but this was done away with, and they continue to fight today. So Ukraine's challenge is that while those in the front are at their mental and physical limit, their breaking point, they're the best trained and most experienced soldiers in the military. Simply switching them out with fresh bodies would be, and completely replacing them with inexperienced soldiers, where the fight makes it worse, would be difficult. But experience only goes so far. Yuri Soldolov, commander of Ukraine's joint forces, said that last month in fighting, Russia outnumbered Ukrainian soldiers by 7 to 10 times, and that just the addition of 1,000 more fresh troops would have made a decisive strategic difference in the failed defense of Avdiivka in February of this year. One of the major hurdles Ukrainian lawmakers have had to put passing this law was addressing the inevitable labor shortage that would come from sending so many to war. Prior to the new law passing, Ukraine had already lost a quarter of its workforce due to conscription or migration out of the country. According to the European Business Association, this has led to 74% of the businesses in Ukraine to report not having enough workers. Ukraine relies on its national economy in order to keep its own war machine going, which only requires foreign support in order to effectively fight Russia. Since the invasion, the total worth of Ukraine's economy has dropped by 25%. This shortage in labor causes a domino effect. More people in the military means fewer people in the workforce, which means fewer people paying taxes and supporting the economy. This is where a unique problem for Ukraine rears its head that many people aren't aware of. The average fighter age for Ukrainian military today is between 43 and 45 years old, an age where most soldiers in other nations are retiring with full pensions. This is because of Ukraine's lopsided age demographics, a problem that Russia shares as well. Ukraine's taking a gamble in lowering the draft age, as it risks losing the part of the population critical to help or stop, at least slow down its declining population numbers, which will have huge ramifications for decades, regardless of how the war ends. This is the context we need to view this decision to mobilize the civilian populace, a very high risk, but potentially high reward choice. One way the country is looking at lessening the blow of this draft is actually by using a play that, albeit a controversial play out of Russia's handling, recruiting prisoners. According to Ukraine's Justice Ministry, which oversees the myriad of penal colonies in the country, 27,000 prisoners would qualify to serve out of a total incarcerated population of 42,000 people. To qualify, they must first be interviewed, pass a medical exam, and the crimes that landed them in the penal colony in the first place have to be reviewed. Certain crimes are an immediate block on enlistment, like assault or conviction when relating to national security, but some are overlooked, like murder, but only if you murdered one person. 2 or more is the official cutoff. Now, while the law itself called for 500,000, the actual number of those that would be called into service is expected to be significantly lower, according to Ukraine's commander-in-chief. But there's another important aspect to the war that we don't know. It's behind the front lines and energy infrastructure wars being long. Moscow is leading missile strikes on Ukraine's power plants never seen before. At the same time, Ukraine is allocating its own strategy for drone strikes on Russian oil refineries. A lot of tension is right on the front lines of this war. But right now I want to examine to what extent is the attack on infrastructure impacted that battle. Attacks on infrastructure and war have been a strategy throughout history. Ancient Roman armies targeting granaries and bridges to weaken enemies. Starting in World War I, railways engaged targets for artillery and sabotage to slow down transportation of weapons and ammo. March 14, 2024, we had termed a Russian railway bridge
that they utilize the transport weapons ammo for destructive explosives. It was located in the Sonoma region 1,000 kilometers away from the border. Even though they directly take credit for this, it is likely the work of trained intelligence agents because they posted on Telegram saying, quote, the railways use their next few weeks impossible. Then, on May 14th, this Russian freight train here was derailed by a drone strike. Probably the first time such an attack has successfully knocked the train off its tracks. A video of the incident was posted on Telegram. The drone strike started in January 2024 and hit the Russian Novatek oil refinery, which resulted in fires lasting for hours. Their operations halted for weeks. Then the overall refinery was hit, the largest in southern Russia. Since then, over 18 different refineries have been damaged. North Rostov stands up about oil production and content. The purpose of the refineries is to process oil for products like gasoline, jet fuel, heating oil, and chemicals. The second type of target is oil silos, which store oil in products. These targets are massive complexes, sometimes up to 20,000 square miles. The coordinates sometimes involved 125 these assets is the underlying core part of Moscow's revenue that's financed. Are the experts of the Paris drone strikes initially had taken about 900,000 barrels of oil per day offline. Originally, the damage led to large drops in exports. Experts believe the strikes on Russian refineries had disrupted up to 15% of Russia's capacity. However, since then, these estimates have been lowered. The IEA, their report says that, quote, Russian refineries escaped heavy production losses. We now estimate that the impact of the drone strikes will be limited to 150 to 200,000 barrels a day on average. According to the IEA report, Russian oil companies were able to repair the damage expected, delivering 47 lessons. This assessment has been backed up by several other sources, including Reuters, who said the disruptions due to drone strikes by Ukraine on Russian oil have been re-estimated to lower to 10% capacity. However, there are emerging factors that could change the balance. Late May 2024, Ukraine used an estimate produced next to SUs in oil refinery inside Krasnodar. At least two strikes have been reported so far. These missiles carry larger payload values. Refineries that are attacking these seas. There's a similar max range, likely around 50 kilometers or 190 miles. A plus side to this type of mission is that they're less vulnerable to electronic warfare. Ukraine uses only Neptune missiles because there are limitations and regulations on how to use United States supplied long-range weapons inside Russian territory. Attackers of HIMARS rockets, for example, are currently not authorized by the U.S. government to use some oil refineries inside Russia. Ukraine's current strike capabilities and range puts about 60% of Russia's oil exports at risk, which is not to say that the strikes will shut down 60% of Russian oil exports, but it means that's how much is in the firing. One way to attempt to judge the effect of these types of strikes to be a battle damage assessment in an open source method is to look at the outputs. The evidence suggests that the effect of increasing domestic Russian gas prices at one point by 20% surge. Even if you quantify the exact damage effectiveness change, there are some experts who see the strikes against the Russian oil refineries and force the Russian government to enact 6-month ban on gasoline, leading to 5-month blows in Russian oil exports. Less than annual assets and strikes, which have the effect of reducing the trade around. The exact estimates of the cost of forces on Russia varies. The impact on Russian industry remains a very contested issue. To sum up Ukraine's attempts inside Russian territory, we've observed a clear increase in the number of strikes, the escalation of the type of weapons used, the kind of drones, and estimated specificity. So for the next part of this presentation, Russia is actually targeting Ukraine's national infrastructure, and overseeing both sides of the nation closer to the anti-military capacity, but also economic and infrastructure-related targets. Russian attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure are nothing new. In
fact, they systematically attacked the assistance war. This was they changed their strategy. Russia waited about 7 months to invade, but openly targeted the power generating facilities. The first widespread attack in 2022. The attack struck 14 separate regions, interrupting power supplies and systems. This damaged 30% of their energy infrastructure, including 84 cruise missile bombers. One of the main tools Russian nuclear attacks is strategic bomber, firing missiles from a stand-up distance. A similar tactic was used by the United States during the invasion of Iraq. According to the United Human Rights Watch, the United States targeted electrical power distribution facilities, not power generation. Each serve a distinct purpose. Power distribution from substations are responsible for delivering electrical power to individual consumers. Power generation, on the other hand, are the power plants, and they're much more difficult to replace. It takes years to fix those. The United States attacks substations with carbon fiber bombs that are not explosive. These carbon fiber bombs
Yep, just when you thought the Democrats couldn't get any more dumb evil people, they say, no, let's do this over here. Whole mind abortion thing. What? This is Planned Parenthood, scumbag monsters of Great Rivers. Look at a thread for you. It says, all free vasectomy and medication abortion are billed for our global health clinic in Chicago. Check back soon. I don't know if you'll check back soon because they gonna burn that place down. Look at that like that. Bring the Donald Trump direction as Carolyn? No, Democrat. Yeah. Mentally ill, that is the issue having weirdo, lefty, method, and deep pro-Hamas terrorists are going to run their own convention down. They'll laugh a balls off while it mostly peacefully happens. And I wonder if the abortion ban is going to catch some of that slag as it breaks out. But yeah, here you go. What's hilarious about this is a few weeks ago, Will Lewis was telling everybody that at the Democrats' convention, they were going to have a transgender, non-binary black doctor perform an abortion live on stage. And everyone's like, that's down your stupid shit. Well, okay, I should take a joke. I'll be like, you can't say that to these people. It's impossible. Look at what they're doing. At an event where they're not there. You're supposed to be showcasing the presidential ticket, right? That's the whole point of this convention. You just committed a coup, and you violated all principles of democracy by taking all of the money donated to Joe Biden's campaign, or all the money sent to Joe Biden's campaign, and you threw those right in the trash. That's money stole money. They took the money through that trash, and now you're going to put Kamala Harris up there, so they're going to blow up her now. We're going to not talk about her policies, but then you are going to offer all of these videos, free vasectomies and abortion. Well, I imagine the dudes who are going into this van to get stiff ain't got enough testosterone to make a baby in the first place. That's probably the big problem. But free abortions, because that is the Democrat plan. Hate that. Ronald Trump, we hate you so much. Come over here for a convention of rules and kill babies. And that's if you can even get to this van. Again, the lefties are going to set this place on fire. We've already got a bunch of these pro-Palestinian, BLM, Antifa, Rainbow Warriors, most enjoyable warriors, and they're already down at the convention center, and they had to build a wall around this thing. The people who won't let you build a wall at the border, like this wall of racist, they built a big old wall around the convention center. They brought in snow plows and dump trucks to kind of block this entire event off. Again, not to stop Donald Trump supporting racist policies, but to stop the off side from burning this place down. They're trying to satiate them, placate them. Well, free abortions and free vasectomies for your very effeminate boyfriend. Hollow out. It's just insane. But that's the branding now. That setting stuff on fire. It's a little disgusting. We also have out front a big IQ. If you didn't know that this was a Democrat convention, there's Dr. Rock. It's almost DNC Day in preparation, or Preparation H. The Conversation Convention has set up an abortion and vasectomy Republicans, even has a giant IUD on display. No, it's not a thing, it's real. Again, shit, I did not, that's real. Laura
were trying to make fun of these things. It became reality. The doctor, doctor in this medical van, probably black, and now, so instead of a non-binary transgender, they then black doctor doing abortions on the stage, they're just doing it in the parking lot. So more than we're trying to make fun of these people, only missed by a matter of feet. Now they're not going to do it up there, and they're on the lights, they're going to do it just right over there. In the parking lot. Next to the dumpster where they're going to throw the you won't throw the dead babies in the dumpster because they're selling the dead babies. Oh, that's what they want more kids. They're harvesting the baby. They're tricking you dumb, ugly lucky chicks and having all these abortions. And then they take all the baby parts and they sell them to people in China. Make a lot of money. And you go, but get the reproductive care. No, I think the dead body over there is going to dispute that. Let me check with the dead body. I want to check with that dead baby because it's dead. Killed it. We're done. There you go. Free dead babies. Free dead babies. Thanks so much for watching the video. Support the channel. We're catching today with the Army of Poland, I guess. And we hit the subscribe button and make way. He's a soul. Let's rock.
Now it's time for Lexi's Losing It, and good news from Canada, where the king of performative caring, the neo-Marxist Ken Dole himself, Justin Trudeau, is floundering in the polls and is now lashing out at people rejecting far-left parties.
We have seen around the world a rise of populist right-wing forces in just about every democracy we see. And it is of concern to see political parties choosing to instrumentalize anger, fear, division, anxiety.
So there you go. The swing to the right is all due to anger, fear, division and anxiety, precisely what Trudeau pushed with his hard left policies for the past 9 years. Never forget, this is the monster who falsely branded Canadian truckers as extremists and white supremacists and then quotes their bank accounts. Adios, Fidel Jr. Now he's the leader of the free world, whose cognitive decline is obvious, whether he is standing still, he's glitching there, or when he tries to utter a rehearsed sentence. Here he again mixes up Ukraine with Iran.
The idea that we become semi-isolationists now, what some are talking about. I mean, the idea that we had to wait all those months just to get the money for Iraq, and we waited. It's not who we are.
They say dogs are good judges of people. I mean, Joe Biden has had some big issues with his dogs going rogue and biting various people. Maybe the poor dog was angry because the leader of the free world keeps pulling his tail. And it seems the president's issues with his canine community extend beyond his own dogs. Watch this face dog lose it when Biden appears on TV.
I don't know how politically status my dog is, right? There's Donald Trump. You see Donald Trump? Yeah. He's cool. Right? I'm telling you. Relax. It's just by there you go. Relax. I don't know. I think my dog is up. Relax, buddy. Relax, buddy.
Molly is a good dog. Molly deserves more treats. Now, there are a lot of lefties who are trying to rewrite history and memory hold the monstrous things they said and advocated for during the COVID era. And Two such men are the Cuomo brothers, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo and former CNN anchor Chris Cuomo, who got called out for this BS on the PBD podcast. Here he is with Dave Smith.
There was so much talk that they don't want you to take ivermectin. Ivermectin is the way to go. Tasty. Joe Rogan got better from ivermectin. By the way, I don't like what people did to Joe Rogan about ivermectin. I don't like it. You know, no. Oh, yes, you did. Why the push? Find the push. You can't. You're working. He's taking all of these off. John Lennon was shuffling that song about it. I'm not shuffling. I'm listening to that. But I'm talking about wasn't on there. For animals and horse and people tell me to one person. You know, you talk about like their cancel culture change. Ivermectin, a dewormer, would you make that change yourself? It's dewormer right now. Yes. Yes, you weren't being clearly are the people that you're being so disrespectful.
Chris Cuomo is now telling us he's taking over communicator when he was were a coward and a bully during the COVID era. They pretend to be regulars. President Joe Biden's funding drug addict water users Hunter Biden is now accused of felon under jury in Delaware found guilty. This meeting reporter seemed a little bit crestfallen by the development.
The jury has found Hunter Biden, the president's son, guilty on all 3 counts in this case after 3 hours of deliberation. Count 1 is a false statement in the purchase of a firearm. Count 2 is false statement related to information required to be given by a firearms license dealer. Count 3 is possession of a firearm by a person who is an unlawful user or addicted to a controlled substance. So he has been found guilty on all 3 counts.
Now, the Hunter trial was a bit different than the Trump trial. The Hunter's judge wasn't a activist who was donated to the Republicans. Was a big difference. And his prosecutor didn't campaign on a Get Hunter platform. With the Department of Justice allows the statute of limitations to expire on far more serious tax charges he was facing, and they've also declined to pursue him over even more serious bribery allegations. Both of those cases would possibly uncover the Biden family's dodgy business dealings with the big guy, Joe Biden, in the middle of the entire influence peddling scheme. Let's not forget, they did try to give Hunter a sweet plea deal that fell apart. Now, let's also not forget that the bulk of the media, Joe Biden himself, and America's intelligence community were part of a massive disinformation campaign claiming that Hunter Biden's laptop and all the evidence it contained was Russian disinformation.
One of the hallmarks of any sort of disinformation is you can't give it directly to somebody that is your target audience. So you need to find a way to essentially launder that disinformation.
This looks like your classic disinformation campaign: steal the information with a cyber attack, get the emails from Hunter Biden's account, and then put them on these laptops that are left at a repair store, and that's how the information is now laundered.
Yeah. You know, a story is shady when Facebook is saying, whoa. Maybe people shouldn't see this.
54 national intelligence folks who said that what this she's accusing me of is a Russian plan. Just classic Trump. We have 4 days left, and all of a sudden there's a laptop. It's the last-ditch effort in this desperate campaign to smear me and my family. The vast majority of the intelligence people have come out and said there's no basis at all.
And they'll take the stories from the fall about the son Hunter.
It's just straight out election interference. It's a legitimate, 100% accurate story by the New York Post branded Russian disinformation. And well, of all the spies who lie, the intelligence experts that Joe Biden kept referring to there, who signed a letter saying the laptop was fake news. And we had
President Biden claiming that not only was Hunter Biden the smartest man he knows, but also the most decent.
Hunter's my heart. And Hunter's been through some tough times, but he's fighting. He's fighting. He's never given up. He's the most honorable, decent person I know.
Most honourable, decent person he knows, this crack battles war enthusiast who's not even met his daughter, his 5-year-old daughter. Joining me now is journalist and filmmaker Army Horowitz. Army, he's been convicted. He faces a maximum prison sentence of 25 years. That's highly unlikely. President Biden has said that he would not pardon his son if he was.
The truth was, we'll make it like an ad, and we'll reframe the headline so that when you're searching, maybe you see the spot, you read the headline, but maybe you don't understand that it's actually sponsored by the campaign.
Now, where this war is fought out is, of course, in the realm of information. Bless us, our moral creatures that we may yet be, sprinkled with divinity, will believe too easily that which is laying before us. And if you look online and see, oh, well, Kamala Harris seems to be universally adored, we'll accept it. Here's the right wing side of legacy media covering Kamala Harris campaigns. It's clever. But deceptive use of adverts that look like Google searches. We've already spoken in some depth to Robert Epstein, who said for some time Google has been favouring pro-Dem posts and search results while masking opposing views. This has been now significantly added to by the Kamala Harris campaign that are placed ads that are deliberately designed to look just like the headlines you would find in an ordinary search. So you have the robust, wholehearted support of that aspect of the establishment, and then you have the insidious stitches of digital manipulation, and you would have to say clever online campaigning to add to it. Here it has been covered on Fox.
The Harris campaign accused of manipulating headlines. Axios reported the campaign is giving real news articles a pro-Kamala Harris spin and using them in Google ads. The trick was, we'll make it like an ad, and we'll reframe the headline so that when you're searching, maybe you see the spot, you read the headline, but maybe you don't understand that it's actually sponsored by the campaign. Chill it, guys. Here we go. So this involved what? They cited CNN, NPR, Reuters, Associated Press, Guardian, a lot. I mean, this you're going through your internet search, and so that's true.
It is. Yeah, this is really, and I should also point out that Google says that there was a glitch in their system that meant that some of the sort of barriers that they try to put in to make it clear what this is weren't working. Oops. I wonder if it was true for other campaigns as well. We don't know that yet, but they said they're looking into that. But just as an example, so this is a Guardian headline. VP Harris fights abortion bans. Harris defends reproductive freedom. Well, those things are true. That's a factual statement. That's something that she backs and supports. But then you have a description under the headline. So you have the headline when you read a news story, then there's an under headline that you read in the news story. But it's just that VP Harris is a champion for reproductive freedom and will stop Trump's abortion bans. So the second line, in what looks like a news story, is actually a campaign slogan, a campaign statement. And, people, we all look at so much information, take in so many things so quickly throughout the day, right? This is very subtle, very manipulative, and in a moment when you also have a stepped-up threat from Iran trying to get their bots into all of this and influence people in ways that are very subtle and difficult to figure out. This is something that I think requires a lot of diligence on the part of people who are looking for this information.
Google said, what, they got one by the goalie?
Well, Google says, well, there's a glitch. There's supposed to be more disclosure that this is an ad, a campaign ad, and they're going to look for it.
said, like it's an advert, it's still pretty deceptive and misleading, isn't it? And I suppose more and more we have to be aware of the information that we are presented with. What would you propose? That a government that is overtly campaigning for more ability to censor and control information that you have access to, or be behaving responsibly when they present you with information, that it should be right, this is their campaign, I paid for this message, I endorse this message. That kind of old school rhetoric that used to surround campaign content. It's very interesting that on one hand we're presented with the idea that we are unable to discern true information from false information, and elsewhere they deploy campaign techniques that are deliberately deceptive, somewhat comparable, you might argue, to the Pied Piper campaign that became famous when they suspected that MAGA and Trump-style candidates would be unfavourable even among moderate Republican voters. They put Democrat campaign money behind the campaigns of Republican candidates that they regarded to be incendiary or unappealing. What extraordinary deception goes on in the name of truth and authenticity? Contrast that with the kind of sort of fire-eyed wonder and lack of discernment that defined the Vox Pop Kamala campaign supporters earlier there, who couldn't even come up with something that Kamala Harris believed in. Is she a Baltazar? Is she not a Baltazar? Speaking even about reproductive health, where I figure that the Trump bar's position is let the states decide, and claiming that Trump wants control over reproductive health seems disingenuous. Again, it seems that we're in for a presidential campaign where hysteria around the capacities and intentions of Trump, and I say capacities because the American Constitution and institutions of government, if they're worth anything, should present someone marching unopposed into despotism, and intentions because he ain't said anything other than the odd joke that suggests that maybe he would be interested in that. What I mean is, when he said there'll be a bloodbath in Superman Paris, when he said dictator for a day, he was sort of joking about drilling at the wall. But what I would say to you is that if there is concern about misinformation, don't engage in misinformation. Let's have a look at this in a little more depth with this article. Kamala Harris's presidential campaign has been running Google ads just like many others. Derek Brown, her campaign is deliberately making it look like news. Outlets like The Guardian, NPR, Reuters, AP, USA Today and Time are on her side by running ads designed to provide flattering headlines, in addition to the propaganda that they're already providing. I've noticed how many establishment intellectual lefties are sort of fully behind Kamala Harris, and the other globalist candidates and leaders, like the globalist authoritarians that run my country now, enjoy the support of the left because there is this sort of willingness to embrace the idea that this is the lesser of two evils. Wasn't that the whole Biden campaign, that Trump is so awful, we have to have Biden? And this campaign, once again, Trump is so awful. And I'm being invited again and again to quake in continual terror that some demonic force will take over if we don't entrust our nations and our planet to these bureaucrats who don't seem to me to have any real ideals or real care for ordinary people. Whether it's for complex social geographic reasons or for the ascent of AI and technology, it's clear that the professional media class that once had at least a conversational affiliation with working people now condemn them and look for further reasons to continue to condemn them, with the word racist almost being a synonym for working class these days. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. But when the saints come marching in, we want to be among them, don't we? So why don't we take a 7-day journey with Hallow through the lives of incredible saints? The challenge kicks off with Joe Mazzulla, the coach of the Celtics, and San Sebastian, the patron saint of athletes. It's been the Olympics, and we need to reclaim it for spiritual people, and in particular Christians, don't we? Rhea Wahlberg leads meditations, and Jonathan Rumi, Jesus is my body double, takes us through powerful stories of saints. The series ends with Father David Michael Moses and Blessed Pier Giorgio Frassati. Saint in 7 Days explores the rich stories of their journeys to sainthood, filled with God's grace and glory, and also the human struggles, great suffering, states and profound need for God's mercy. The hard thing to accept is saints aren't that much different from us, you or I. Do we have the potential to become saints? Are we ready for that level of suffering and pain? Because you don't often read about saints, you go, you know, they lounged about, they thought about themselves all the time, they was on the couch, they was on the sofa.
was just basically relaxing. No, they were striving. Download Hallow today. Strive to become a saint. Go to hallow.com/brand. It's Hallow as in Hallowed be thy name. HALLOW. Hallow.com/brand today and join the saint. Let's look in more detail. Axios first reported this and noted that former President Donald Trump's campaign had not done the same. So Trump's campaign is not using these type of ads, although, maybe they will, because it looks like it's working. With this practice repeatedly condemned as one that spreads misinformation. Though the practice does not technically violate Google's policies, with a spokesperson saying sponsored content is easily distinguishable from search results, it looks shockingly deceptive. We all saw it then, and we all saw that the intention is to deceive. And while we're in the midst of a giddy maelstrom of apparent censorship around misinformation, why would a presidential campaign be engaging in propaganda that is deliberately deceptive? Fascinating, almost as if there are no principles, there are no values, almost as if the world has already been captured by a dark ideology, and that only we as individuals, if the true embrace of real principles, can oppose them. Though the ads include links to real articles from the news outlets, the headlines and support text have been forwarded to read as though the articles support the Harris campaign's objectives, notes Axios. Spokespeople for brands such as CNN, USA Today, and NPR, whose links appeared in Harris for President ads, said they were unaware their brand was being featured in this way. And an unconvincing response from Nicole Prince themselves, a source familiar with the Harris campaign ads feeling, said the campaign buys search ads with news links to give those searching for information about Vice President Harris more content. We just want to give you the context where we can resume control over your consciousness digitally, your ideology through propaganda, and all aspects of your freedom, while patronisingly telling you that we believe in truth. What an extraordinary campaign. What a bizarre cult the globalists operate. What an incredible opportunity we have individually and collectively to peacefully oppose them. Do we recognise yet that the... Hold on a second. Hearken. That's a CIA chopper. It's landing on the premises. Hey, you knew we were broadcasting from the UK. It's been great. Let's get the bracelets on and get out of here, baby. No, they seem to have moved on. Maybe Edward Snowden or Julian Assange are drifting around nearby. Maybe there's a protest somewhere that doesn't bear the right reflections. So, I would say this to you. Be bloody discerning about the information that you read, but trust higher principles, trust yourself, trust the deep alliances that we can form one another, and never trust the establishment, ever, who they tell you to loathe, be open-hearted to, who they tell you to treat with extreme suspicion. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and chat? Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Hey, Atlantic Canada. This is across all sports, all in one place at Pro Line Stadium. Right now, get $10 when you wager $15 when you score more at Pro Line, or up to $90 in parlay tokens. Make your picks today at ProLineStadium.com.
In their campaign, Byron wrote to the Washington Examiner and made a great point today in his column. He said, listen, Kamala Harris has gotten some of the best media coverage you could ask for. People are very excited just that Joe Biden can step down. And the race, even after all of that, is still basically tied. That should be a really good call to Democrats need right now.
Yeah, that's true. There's still time to go. What do you make of the decision Kamala Harris has made? Why didn't she go with the favourite Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro?
I don't think Josh Shapiro was quite as good a candidate as some people thought he was. I think Tim Walz does bring some things to the table. I mean, as much as I think it's a tough sell to say this is just your regular Midwestern guy when you put Tim Walz out there, they desperately do need that. They desperately do need to seem as though they understand your regular Midwestern voters, especially rural voters. So I see what they were thinking in their minds that Tim Walz might do for the ticket. Whether or not he's capable of accomplishing what they got to do for the ticket is a different question. I cannot possibly imagine why their calculation that any sort of upset they would have caused to the far left by selecting Josh Shapiro because he volunteered with a non-combat role in the FDF and it's generally been about Israel outweighed the fact that he is the governor of the state that could almost clinch the election on its own. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me, even with the fact that I think as much as I don't like Tim Walz, he brings something to the table. That is such a huge thing to bring to the table. I can't imagine why they suddenly decided that wasn't going to do that. Doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
Let's look at Joe Biden, who is currently running the country until January. He's finally given his first TV interview since exiting the race. He spoke with CBS about the election campaign. What do you have to say?
Trump wins. No, I'm not counting. I mean, Trump wins. I'm not counting. Anything he says, anything he says, all the stuff about it's really bloodbath. It's not going to have to be stolen. What are they trying to do now? The local elections to have the votes. What people in place in the states that they're going to count the votes, right? He has no count the only one doing it.
Still making errors, still Joe Biden. It's hard to watch.
I can't get over the fact that we're not talking about every single day how this man is still the president of the United States and stepped down from the ticket, gave to Kamala Harris, and did not concede that by doing so, in a sense, he was also conceding he should not any longer be president of the United States. A horrible debate performance that made everybody realize, finally, that there was a cover-up, and there was a cover-up by Democrats entry. And so when you watch interviews like this one, people who brought across this, yes, it just, again, it never fails to shock me that we aren't constantly talking about how to get this man out of office. I'm a conservative. I don't care if he's replaced with Kamala Harris at this point. The man can barely stay awake to an interview. So again, totally shocking and really, really sad. Like you said, it's hard to watch. It's sad to watch.
It's so concerning. We've got the next 6 months where he's supposed to be president. It's not a short amount of time.
No, and it's a constitutional crisis every single day until he steps down because we know that it isn't capable. We know exactly why the 25th Amendment exists to handle situations just like this one. So, yeah, it's obviously something that should be weighing on the minds of many, many Americans. It is, but the media, again, has totally moved on from it and is not even having that conversation anymore, despite the fact that he's coming in front of bigger cameras and talking like the way he just talked to Bob Costa. It sounds like he can't stay awake for a basic interview.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. I know you can see how you can have
Thank you.
Iran has admitted several employees of UNRWA may have been involved in the horrific and targeted attack on Israel. An investigation found 9 UNRWA employees were linked to the attack, which killed 1,200 people. Given the Howard Human Rights Watch and Executive Director of the UN Watch, Helena Lawyer, Helena wrote us, long-time exposure of connected experiment, made and made terrorism, typically underfunded, and if only with our government under a month and good funding was reinstated. So it's a good reaction to finding investigation.
It's something about the perpetration of the Hamas massacre of October 7th. We don't know if it's mass murder, other sadistic atrocities. So this is absolutely horrific. And what we're seeing from the United Nations is a kind of community about acknowledgement, a lot of spin, a lot of weaponry. We're not seeing strong condemnations of what this really involves. We're not seeing talk of the international law violations. We're not seeing talk of prosecuting people. It's not enough to fire people. What about their prosecution? Finally, it's not really thinking about this. The whole agency itself is blocking support.
You mentioned spin. What do you make of the reporting around this? The New York Times had the headline, US clears half the aid workers accused of taking part in the October 7th attack. Is that really the point?
No, look, it's been a tapped into when there were mass violent riots in the wake of the George Floyd episode. Saw headlines like mostly peaceful demonstrators, holding the protest or something. They were burning down half the city. So this is the same kind of spin from the New York Times. 9 supposedly humanitarian aid workers were found by the UN to have engaged in massacre, and their headline is that other people were cleared. By the way, the other people weren't cleared. The UN said that they just found insufficient evidence for a number of them, and they were going to take measures. So the Israelis only gave 12 days of time. Since then, they've given 100 days. There is evidence. The UN acknowledged it for 9 people. The New York Times tried to find some kind of bizarre, inverted headline. Very disappointing for the New York Times.
UNRWA claims that it's continuing life-saving work with more neutrality than anyone else. How can that possibly be the case?
Oh, it's ridiculous. The Poland report, that was a supposedly independent review that was conducted several months ago. In fact, it was an entirely reviewed process. The head of the review, Catherine Poland, is a major, on-the-record supporter of UNRWA. 3 Scandinavian groups involved in the review. They're all major UNRWA supporters, including Kirsty Baird from the Danish group CMI. She is part of a local Palestine network run by UN rapporteur Francesca Albanese that was lobbying to fund UNRWA. So the same person involved in UNRWA is involved in the lobbying to fund UNRWA. The same person. This is the supposedly independent group that found that UNRWA has more neutrality than any other agency. This is the victim side. We've done following and I've said that it's like Stalinist contribution of the time to the world, but there's no paper, no information. But this is the time that Stalin was executed and hundreds of people in church problems. So UNRWA doing that doesn't balance. All of that is dangerous because hundreds, indeed thousands of UNRWA teachers, corporate schools, other employees regularly engaged with the motion of jihadi, terrorism, and incitement to anti-Semitism. All of this is documented on our website, humanwatch.org. The fact that they claim to have developed balance is just really well.
People was asked how the Secretary General feels about the findings. Let's take a listen.
What does the Secretary General feel about these findings? What is his view of it? Does he just personal feelings about what they're doing? I think it's important that we go through this very carefully, given the fact that any involvement in these attacks constitute a major betrayal of trust. Obviously, there are things that were taken for the benefit of the relationship that were very swift and very decisive in the sense of dealing with the individuals who have been named first. We want to make sure that the representatives of our UNRWA staff, our dedicated staff, including about 200 people who've lost their lives since the 10th of October, we recognize that the UNRWA doesn't support what it means.
Brand is most awarded truck brand over the last 5 years, so we decided to celebrate. You're having a party. No party. We're having a sales event. With a party, the Ram Big All sales event. Get up to $10,000 in MSRP discounts on 2024 Ram 1500. Or 0% financing for 60 months, 3.85% APR. Yeah, that sounds like a party. See you later for details.
So the focus should be on the reputation of UNRWA staff.
It's unbelievable that specifically as Secretary General personal feelings about the fact that 9 of the supposed to be humanitarian aid workers were found by the UN in a massive rape, torture, other atrocities, as answers were the most concerned about the reputation of that's shameful. Absolutely shameful.
Absolutely. Look, you are in Jerusalem at the moment. We know that Israel's
So you are proudly seeking your police on Middle Eastern or people of color protest? That's racist. How is that not racist? Oh, if you want to come here and backvote, we're going to stick our police on you. Right? And after they're done beating the crap out of you, so we'll complain about it afterwards, we'll send in a social worker. The same party that walls are racist and the cops are bad because now proudly saying, don't come to Chicago, start trouble, we will get tested. And we talked about it yesterday on call and on this they're literally credentials won't get past the building unless they have height. Fences won't get past because of paperwork. And because this has filed splits on national convention, they are literally an abortion second. And I thought I forget about the joke. Mobile health numbers are going to Chicago. One better way to say that we are fighting this. Hey, we want to do that they should have done it. We don't get called to check for running care, sterilize the battery. Let's sterilize the can't see. So, right there is up on decisions. Can't see 40% is medication abortion and emergency contraception. Yeah, I think maybe that's what they're talking around. Planned Parenthood, Great Rivers, yada announced on next, but plus it's having can't see. It's all. I can't imagine anything more disgusting. And it's in regard to my personal view on abortion, which I want to piss off people on both sides, but there has to be some opportunity, but there has to be some limits. This is disgusting. This is celebrating human sacrifice. This is celebrating life. This is celebrating and immature way of getting out of poor life. It's unbelievable. Here we come, Chicago. Beep, beep. The abortion bus is coming. Okay, that's it. I got a few of it, but I'll hold it in. Let's try to do this fun stuff. We're going to get some Canadian stuff with our, my man, that's out here. He's here, Ryan. That's Marcus, Paul Harris. Oh, this. The other. We're going to end with this stuff with the hand on talk our vote. Let's just listen to this.
Economic policy is not free again. Can you explain how you're going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to build?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, NAMCHA and the child tax credit and extending the EFTC. That sits at $6,000 for the first year of the child. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will take will be tremendous. We see what we did when our administration reduced top policy by over 50%. So that's a lot of work, and that's what we're doing in terms of tax credits. We know that there's a great return on investment, but what that means is once we increase the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does
return on investment.
Again, return on investment.
Again.
The stake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment.
All right, that's enough.
And that's been a broad-based economy. Everybody benefits and it pays for itself.
Do you know what verbal diamond and bad is? Whatever you piss off, whatever you piss off, you need to. I'm not trying to make it crash. Whatever stuff. I talk about I always say that we're not, you might not want to work with it. Even a student where, an idiot learned the new word. And then he immediately needs to use it in a sentence, even though he is using it flippantly, willy-nilly, not necessarily out of context, just not understand. Return on investment. That's fantastic. What does that mean? Well, it means you get money, you get a return on your investment. Oh, awesome. Can you explain how any of that happens through your policy? Well, it's a return on investment. You make profit. You get your money back. All right, how? Can you explain how that's been demonstrated in the past? How it's going to be demonstrated going forward? Well, no. Return on investment. That's done in through. You get a term. You have a basic
understanding of a very mildly complex term, and you use it as though you know what the hell is going on. It reminded me of the scene out of The Jerk, which is, as far as I'm concerned, a perfect movie. It's one of my favorite movies ever. See, I went to see this movie.
Yes. Grandma still partying? For $1.
Which sort of...
For your neck.
About exciting for $1, I'll tell you your weight, your height, or your sex. Little did he know that was making exceedingly complicated in 2024.
Take off the midway. Back in the grill. Up getting your weakness by a professional. You can roll up your cheeks, you can stick out your chest, but you're not going to...
Oh, you bullshit house.
And you want to talk about a movie that promotes racial harmony? And I'm not being sarcastic about it. This is the movie.
Hey, I mean, let's see how good this guy is. What I'm win?
Anything
in this
middle area?
Right here.
Right here. To the left below the scenario, to this side of the bicentennial glass is anything between the ashtray and the symbol. Anything that's 3 inches. Right in here, the area that is moving from the eraser. So, small buddy, it's on the end of the room.
And that's the best thing.
I'm never give yours mine.
Oh, only people alone. 8 simple $2 in America today. I'm only taking in $15.
They have taken in $15 and given away 30 cents worth of crap, which gives us a net profit of $14.50.
That's something so simple, even Kamala could understand. Profit. Classic. It's not on investment. How are you going to do that? Don't ask me that question, dumb bum. I'm going to bring it up. Il Sarto, I see it. You asked us to steal and Candace to this last night about the Sada JFK night plane. And explained that they had movement times gaslighting. Il Sarto, you know what's gaslighting? This is gaslighting. Talked about the position of Israel. I will not argue Israel's time. Mark made a position here on Israel and all of that. It's immaterial. The assassination of RFK, he said it's video being done by Mossad and not the deep state. I will go read that article in the Israeli Times, but that'll tell you Tehran. Okay, now what we're going to do is we've already gone over the time on this. We're going to end it on YouTube. Come on over to Rumble, and after that, we're going to have our VivaBarnsBall.com after party. The entire stream will be on VivaClips after the fact. Afterwards, what else? Hold on. Let me go to VivaBarnsBall.com. Make sure we're good over there. All right. And we're going to talk about some Canadian stuff because there's a couple of things. The war on the office. We'll talk about that. I've got a man on the Nova Scotia who's following what is going on there with Ford Conference, like a FOIA there, request for documents. Coming out of Nova Scotia illustrating that maybe the government might have done that, but really that, a little bit more harmful and dangerous than the public display and the really So, let's see if anybody has been to VivaBarnsBall.com. Here, locals, and if you're not coming, I will be live tomorrow with Stan and Scorble, but I'm going to be doing the show talking about, among other things, with another segment on homeschooling. Doing that now. And on YouTube, come on over, people YouTube, leave off Fry on the Rumble, they work at themonblog.com for the Canadian portion of today's show. Yeah.
Dieses Rosa, lololol. What's it again? Oh,
Yeah.
Hallo, ihr Minions.
You.
La pomina, la pomina.
Manscaped's 20% summer sale is here. That's finally Sniper Performance Package 5.0 Ultra plus super gifts.
The Lawnmower 5.0 is coolest in the city. What do you have?
Manscaped is not just for your balls. They've got you covered from below the waist to your face.
Not shade one. I go every day with this. And it gets just the perfect big finish. It's 1% off at manscaped.com.
Alright, good evening folks, it's of course your Matt, and welcome back to the Short War video, and today we have very big news coming out of Russia, and we're looking at right now in the Rostov region of Russia. There's a major oil depot on fire down there with supplies fuel and also oil supplies to the Russian forces. That facility is on fire, and it's getting even worse, and it's causing the Russians to declare a state of emergency in Rostov as the fire gets out of control. We're also moving from in the Kursk Oblast, the 3474 final two-war bridge over the Sine River, which is effectively blocked off the Russian forces, and currently we're told there's only one pontoon bridge left that the Russians can't use. And finally, the word that Russia is thinking about mobilizing even more men by the end of the year to be put into the meat grinder inside of Ukraine and also to protect the Kursk region of Russia. But with that, we're jumping into our first article today, which goes to Ocean Integrity. And real quick, just for context, this oil depot right here was actually on fire about a day or two ago, but this fire has gotten much, much worse, and it's caused Russia to go into a complete panic. And as you can see right here, this was on the morning of August 17th. Ukrainian drones attacked a Russian oil depot in Rostov Oblast, setting several storage tanks alight, and the depot continues to burn. And in this last right here, the depot continues to burn. That is an understatement. That depot is burning completely to the ground, and it's a spectacular event. But looking to our next post here, we can idea exactly where the oil depot is without the map. But real quick, the total experience is captured by a lot of Ukraine battle. The staff of all forces of Ukraine confirmed that tracking Rostov Enterprise and forward parts of Rostov region, and the Enterprise Russian military forces get back to the Russian response and the that's complained about a year tactical blast. Now, so that was very long distance, I guess, on the fly, but actually, for Ukrainian standards, that's actually not that far. But jumping here to our next post, we have one from the Euromaidan Press, and we're looking today, the very big deal is that there's secondary detonations continuing at the Proletariat fuel depot in Rostov region. After the Ukrainian strike happened yesterday, and for the second day, firefighters are unable to localize the fire, and we got a video here showing the absolute devastation happening at the refinery/depot. So let's take a look here and see what it is. And right here in the video, you can see it looks like hell is blazing over at this oil depot. It is on fire in a very big way. That is a massive fire right there. Also, let me move that back off so it can happen. But you can see right here, this oil depot right here is blazing, and the Russian firefighters taking photos right there in front of the camera are not putting this out because, like always, they don't have the proper equipment to put this out, and it's running down with water, so it makes it worse. So the Russian firefighters are after once again causing a cloud show, and they're just actually filming the fire. They're not even looking out who's filming. Right there, the guy has his phone out and filming the whole thing. So just a joke all the way around. And once again, more proof that the Russians don't know what they're doing. On fire. But with that, let's get to our next post here. Let's go to live Ukraine map. And like I mentioned earlier, Russia is now declared an emergency situation regime in the Proletariat region of Rostov. And as the oil depot continues to burn for the second day, we're told that at least 18 people were wounded by the secondary explosions. And in that last video, you got to see one of these secondary explosions. But in this video right here, we have even more proof of how large these explosions really are. So let's take a look at this one. Alright, so taking a look here, you can see this is a massive column of fire. This looks like a different angle from the video that we just saw a moment ago. So you can see just how far into the air this fire really does go. Massive detonations happening here. The detonations are so large, this one actually was not caught on camera until actually a couple of moments after it exploded, but the explosions are so large it damages civilians. So, not good for the Russians whatsoever, and they can't get it put out. That's really the big deal. They can't get this fire out. But with that, we're jumping into our last post about the oil depot, and this one goes to Great Thomas Napa. It says here, we got the new satellite images of the oil depot in the Rostov region, and more than 10 fuel tanks with already engulfed in flames. and there's 60 left to go. So a complete embarrassment. And let's take a look here at the satellite image, and you see there is a massive row of these oil containers on fire, and there's still more to go, plenty more to go actually. So I have a feeling that this actually might go up in flames. You might see a catastrophic destruction of the entire facility based on it not being able to put out the current fires here on this current road. So this is going to be devastating because this facility is collecting a lot of oil to the Russian military, and right now they need that because they're struggling to defend first, and right now they're not going to have fuel up their trucks either. So quite devastating for Russia. But with that, we start next post here, which goes to the Titan. You've got some pretty big developments happening in first right now. Remember, the Ukrainians are only like, I believe it's the 15th day of the day in the first region of Russia. It's pretty far deep into the invasion here. And we're learning from Russian channels that Ukrainian forces have destroyed the third and final pre-war bridge over the Seine River in the Kursk Oblast. And the Russian forces south of the river now only have one pontoon bridge left that's going to get across. So right now, the Russians are blocked out. We've been waiting for confirmation of this final pre-war bridge to be knocked out, and now we have it from Russian channels. They really have no reason to lie about that bridge being taken out. So now there's one pontoon bridge left that'll probably not have a very long lifespan left on it, and it'll probably get taken out very shortly. But very good news for the first invasion by the Ukrainian forces. And with that, we're moving into our next article here, and this one goes to the key post. And we've also got another milestone here, somewhat of a grim one. We're learning today that we crossed the 600,000 mark on Russian casualties, which is quite crazy to hear. 600,000 Russians have been eliminated so far in this entire war over a couple of years now, which greatly surpasses the Ukrainian losses by leaps and bounds. So the Russian strategy has cost Russia a lot of men, and now we're seeing proof of that in the 600,000 number right here. So sort of grim, but also tells you that Ukraine is indeed winning the war because Russia has significantly more losses. But with that, we're coming into our next post here, which goes to the post once again. And also, like I mentioned earlier, Russia is trying to double the number of Ukrainian planes at 800,000 by the end of the year, says the Ukrainian Deputy Minister Javier Wood, and he told that to Forbes, according to the key post. So we're hearing that Russia wants to increase their mobilization numbers, and this just plays more into the idea of the rumors that Russia may be planning a full-scale mobilization of their forces and also civilians before the end of the year is out by 2024. So that is certainly a possibility by the end of the year, and I'm thinking it's more likely than not at this point, considering Russia is having some severe manpower shortages. But with that, we're jumping to our next post, and this one goes to Pyramid on Press. And we're looking at more fire and explosions inside of mainland Russia. This time it's at a fraction substation of Russia's Trans-Siberian Railway in the Kemerovo Oblast. This is about 1,300 kilometers away from Ukraine, and right now, Russian telegram channels are reporting that a fire train extinguished the blaze overnight and it halted train traffic for about 2 hours. And the Transportation Prosecutor's Office cited a technical malfunction as the preliminary fault. So let's take a look at this blaze right here. Let's try to figure out, is the Russians telling the truth or are they lying? What is this? Is it sabotage or attack? So let's take a look. So taking a look at this video right here, you can see that substation is up in blazes, and there's the Russian Fire Department once again. They actually were able to put this one out. They called it the fire department out, so they were successful. But massive fire in this railroad right here, the substation, so it's up to speculation as to whether or not this was an attack or sabotage, or was it simply bad Russian infrastructure which went wrong. It's up to you to figure out what this is, because right now we really don't know, but that is that, and we had to report on it to let you know that, once again, there are some sort of sabotage attempts or something like that happening inside of mainland Russia. But with that, we're jumping into our next post here, which goes to next up, and we're learning of decommunization in Sudzha by the Ukrainian forces. I love to see it. A monument to Lenin has been dismantled by the Ukrainians, according to a new video from the Kursk region. And we're going to look at this video right here, and also, just to preface the video, I'm not sure who's filming this. I think this might be the Russians, but it could be a Ukrainian. I'm not really sure. But he's filming this video here of the dismantled Lenin monument, and he sounds very emotional. He sounds like he's almost crying. So let's take a look. So as you can see, the guy's crying in the video. There's the Lenin monument. And you can hear him still crying right there. The Lenin monument is no longer. They took that thing down, and the actually Lenin, he's now been at his monument right now. So there you go. That thing is gone, and it is no longer kind of like the Russians occupying this territory. They don't even occupy their own territory anymore. They're kind of like Lenin. They're gone. But anyways, moving into our next post here, this one goes to next as well. We're learning that the Indian Prime Minister Ukraine, according to the Indian Foreign Ministry, and the Foreign Ministry, and Indian media have reported that Modi is likely to visit Kyiv this month. So before August is out. So kind of surprising here to hear this because India kind of rides the fence a little bit with Ukraine and Russia. And some people think they lean Ukrainian and some people think they lean Russian. So I'm not really sure exactly what will come out of this, but he is planned to visit Ukraine by the end of the month, which is possibly good news as well if Ukraine can get some aid out of it. But with that, we'll move to our next post here. We'll also go to next. And we're getting word from Lukashenko. He has some more words about Putin's use of nuclear weapons. Lukashenko now says that a nuclear strike on Ukraine would leave Putin without allies, and Ukraine, with the help of the Operation Insurance region, is trying to push Putin to use nuclear weapons so that all allies will turn away from him, said Lukashenko. So one thing about this, y'all will recall that yesterday Lukashenko was the one threatening Ukraine with nuclear strikes. And now all of a sudden Lukashenko is saying that if Putin uses nukes, that will leave Russia without allies. So apparently Lukashenko thinks he's an exception to that entire premise right there. Because apparently if he launches nukes, he'll be fine. He won't lose any allies. But if Russia launches nukes, they'll lose their allies. So Lukashenko is once again spouting off of the mouth, saying stuff that really makes sense. So pretty typical for Lukashenko. That's pretty much his long-standing deal. He comes out and says crazy stuff, and then he goes away. Like I said last night on the stream, I think Lukashenko is basically auditioning to be the anger manipulator to replace Medvedev. I think he's trying to replace him. So that's basically what he's trying to do here. I don't know. But anyways, moving on to our last post today. This one goes to Nolan Report. And real quick, take this with a grain of salt. This is unconfirmed, and we're not reporting it as fact. But right now, according to the Sipan artillery group, a Russian S-400 air defense complex was hit overnight, but we're currently awaiting the visual confirmation. So, once again, take it with a grain of salt, but there is a possibility that an S-400 air defense system was hit overnight, but we don't have any visual confirmation of that. Right now, we're relying on a Telegram post, which is not very much to go on, but just to give you a taste of what might be coming out here by the end of the day, an S-400 might have been blown up. So just a piece of what might be coming next. But with that is actually our last piece of news for the day. So we actually didn't have a whole bunch of news today. There were a couple of bits of pretty big news, but not a whole bunch. I'm sure there will be more coming out before the end of the day. But of course, we don't have to stream tonight, so be sure to join us again at tomorrow night Eastern for the next night of more news on the screen. And also be sure to put in a like and also subscribe to the video on the channel as well. So that very much watch and subscribe on the videos on the channel, it means a lot to you. So also, if you want to support our channel financially, do so on our Patreon page, and the link is description below the Patreon. Go there, sign up for a monthly membership and help the channel out financially, which also is a big deal because we're largely crowdfunded by the viewers, and it's you, the viewer, and your support that makes it all possible. So once again, thank you all for that, and of course, thank you all for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow night, and of course, Slava Ukraine, and bye-bye for now.
This is not just the response. Senior Communications Advisor to the Trump campaign. Welcome and thanks for coming. The distinguished guests behind me are Senator Rick Scott of Florida, and Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. In a few moments, I'll hand it off to Senator Scott at the end, some remarks, and then I'll Senator Johnson. Some housekeeping before we get rolling. Obviously, today started at 11:30. The rest of the week, we're scheduling these at 10 a.m. local time in this same room. More advisories will go on each night about the participants and other folks that will be joining. So what's noteworthy today, before we get started, is President Trump and Senator Vance are here in the battleground states on Friday. President Trump actually did two separate states. So around the battlegrounds. We're here in Chicago. We got circuits and activities that are in battleground states throughout the week, which is a stark contrast to Colorado's. What we're doing past Thanksgiving, evidence is in Bible and other possibilities. From flyby and gas station, we're not hearing a lot from Kamala Harris about these policies she's talking about. And I think it's pretty good. When she does stop and take a question, like she did yesterday, was asked how will pay for the proposals that she's advocating for. She told me that it's a mistake to ask how things will be paid for. I think that's the summary of the economic policies. It's clear the Democrats think the best strategy they have is to keep Harris Norris away from you all, and we've seen a contrast to that. So today we're going to talk about contrasting economic policies in the problem that you mentioned. We had a day which was about making America wealthy again, and the senators are here to help contrast the Trump vision for making America wealthy again compared to the policies by Harris and Walz. Now I'll get into what Senator stuff.
First, treating her, I'm here with my good friends in Mark Johnson. We're two business guys, they build companies, and focus on how you run the company and how you go. I actually had the opportunity to be in Governor Florida, and focus on how we build some of the company. Because it's ways that our economy can get devastated. There's ways what we will Florida can. There's ways that we will put one week on some approach. There's ways to get home prices to drop in half in 4 years. It's very difficult to do a job. If we look out the path of Harris, that's exactly what's going to happen. Here's a choice. Donald Trump is a business guy that understands how businesses work. Harris has no idea how businesses work. Vice versa, has no idea how businesses work. They're not building businesses. They're not doing profit and loss statement. They're not dealing with costs of commodities like energy. They've done none of these things. When Donald Trump was president, inflation was low. Cash prices for $1.87, probably the most important thing you can do. You have a good economy, have less expensive. It's the most important thing. Because energy goes in every product, every service, everything you do. It's okay. Social prices are up, cash prices are up, rent's up, everything. I'll let you find it's not up. It's all caused because of these things. One, high energy prices, which is intentional on the part of Biden and Harris. Number two, the regulatory environment. No one walks into a business and says, "Hey, I hear you have some new regulations apply without paying you a little bit more money." If you look what Biden and Harris have done with the regulatory environment, they've made it very difficult for companies to compete. All of this is raising costs, but costs them into business, which they're going to have to pass on to the consumer. Simply with permitting, you can't get a permit. But you should priority a permit, right? You're either going to have shortages, right? Or you have to spend the money to get the permit. So what they've done, you can see what they've done just in the last 2.5 years. If we continue down this path, it's going to be much worse. Okay, one is not 2% of the office, around 7% today. There's
That's it. I live with poor family. I actually live in other towns and everybody. I'm growing up a store. If my mom was around today, she had a hard time paying for groceries, hard time paying for gas, hard time paying for the rent. And what just having to keep these folks to stand up with this inflation. Her idea of having basic price controls is pure socialism. I want a free market, I want a bottoms-up economy, I want capitalism. That's what Trump stands for. Hey, what a dreamer. Are you the kind of person who likes to explore the world for 2 years? Right back, but I have an expedition coming up. 6 countries in 60 days. From the top of the South American continent to the very bottom, the other way. Have 1 fun left. Have 9 drivers, plus we have 2 leaders. Have 14. And we are ready to experience all the good stuff that South America has to show you. Pan American Highway, Machu Picchu, the Nazca lines, beautiful glaciers in Patagonia. So, if you are interested in this time, January 10th to March 10, 2025, 1 spot left, get in touch right now. I know what they're trying to do. I know what they're hoping to do. Why? Because it's literally the exact same playbook that Bud Light did. Turtle up, put your hands over your ears, and hope to God somebody else screws up worse than you, so don't get move over after that. Unfortunately for Harley Davidson, that has not happened. We are now in week 3 of a massive backlash that isn't going away anytime soon. Now, unlike Bud Light, there isn't exactly loads of weekly sales data. That was one of the unique things with Bud Light. It was like, as everyone boycotted it, they could see that they were having an impact, which was why it was so good. But now, as I've repeatedly said on this channel, we know now. We know that it matters. Because people pushing back against Bud Light took them to the brink, and they never got their sales back. The left said, oh, you're never going to be able to do anything about it. You're not going to be able to, this, that, and the other thing. And they were wrong. Because people did push back on it, and it worked. And then people pushed back against, Tractor Supply, and it worked. And people are pushing back against Harley Davidson right now, and it's going to work. Because their customers aren't going to stand for this nonsense. Now we got 2 shocking doors. By the way, huge shout out to Robbie Starbuck, who's been doing a lot of the investigation. I want to let everyone know he will be live on my channel at 1 Eastern on Tuesday this week. So that will be the 20th. Robbie Starbuck will be here on Tuesday the 20th live at 1 Eastern. So we're going to talk about everything he's got going on against Harley, everything he's found out. Perhaps he'll have some new scoops to share, so you're not going to want to miss that live stream. Also, I will be streaming at around 7 Eastern most nights this week. In addition, we cover the DNC debacle, the Demonicon 2024. That will be on the moment. Most shocking news about Harley Davidson. Harley sponsors a group called Babes Ride Out. Harley Davidson employees from work the staff had Babes Ride Out events. I mean, this we talked about before.
But now you have this here. Wait, that page right out. I wanted to find this thing. Additional information. Don't confuse Dave right out with the ladies riding club. So because they allow men to save their women to join the club. Dave right out still has the evidence of Harley Davidson events on their social media pages. Read Harley Virtue Signal of PRO in 2022 Lucid Stakeholder Management Report. There's no link out of this one. Harley uses bikes and cars are money to support a fringe group of left-wing bikers who raise money for an abortion provider at events where Harley was present, according to PRO posts. He also supported even more pride events than he realized at the start of this. The Wolf CEO Jonathan Zeitz has to go and has to go on the company must take accountability on those changes and bring someone else in. By the way, lastly, if you contact your dealer, please know that many dealers are on your side, asking them respectfully to share with corporate. That's something that I've always said too. Like I've always just tried to tell people like, hey, a lot of these people, they agree with you, they want to work with you. They don't decide on this stuff, and so, best to not be super mean to them. But again, things get worse. Front page of Fox News right now, not good for Harley Davidson. Pressure is mounting. Harley must fire the Wolf CEO and eliminate his policies that any chance of saving the brand, or else they face a very dark future. This is worth reading. So we go to the article on Fox News. Here you have the Harley motorcycle brand and business model are being attacked from within. Now, there's some interesting news about the CEO, more confirmation that the CEO simply took the job because he wanted to erode American culture. And he thought that doing so via Harley would be extremely effective. But the Harley Davidson motorcycle brand and business model being attacked from within. The influencer Rocky Starbucks is also in his post text. He said in the words of the company's own CEO, Jonathan Zeitz, who many have accused of going woke as he oversees the iconic brand. The German-born Zeitz took over the company as CEO in May 2020. Imagine standing in front of the CEO of the luxury brands, and now you think you're a sustainable paladin, as someone called Zeitz said in a speech at the Zermatt Summit in Switzerland in 2020, referencing his time as a board member of Kering, a parent company of Gucci, Puma, and Stella McCartney. A few minutes later in the same speech, Zeitz referenced the group again as shown in the video summary shared this week. Of course, Harley's all about sound and the smell of Harley Davidson. Then Zeitz said to the attendees at the Chic Swiss conference, "So I became the Taliban again in a sustainable way." Zeitz said. To the video, he's shown smiling, walking back and forth on stage, and referencing Harley. I decided to chair and create a sustainability committee, which I'm still chairing today. So we've seen, hit Harley's main website. We know about PRO. Now you see Walmart.news. Harley Davidson German CEO admits he took the job to turn an American icon into a wokeness factor. Paying attention yet? I think you are if you're watching the videos. You know that this has been going on for some time, and you know how it all ends. But it doesn't take away from the fact that we continue to apply pressure to the brands of these people to make sure that they hear the message. They're hoping that people stop. They're hoping that you stop sharing my thing. They're hoping that you stop sharing my live stream. And they won't stop. Here you say this. Every Harley Davidson riders will want to see this. And it's like the news from John Zeitz. Every Harley so it sure sounds like Jonathan Zeitz admits that he took the Harley job because it was an opportunity to transform the American icon into embracing wokeness and of course, you see the Italian, all this stuff is piling up. All of this stuff. Let's face it, most conservatives are decent, well-informed people who care about protecting the planet. I agree too. I think that we should do things, practical things, to protect the environment. They want to do the right thing without buying into hysterical alarmism that seems designed to make elites rich while lowering people suffer. Small, reasonable changes are totally acceptable. However, what Harley Davidson, a company that supposedly represents the American spirit, is now doing sounds more like a far-left foreign Marxism with a communist agenda aimed at controlling the masses through fear and hysteria. Yet, we'll turn Harley into the next Bud Light in no time, unless they do a turn to get back on course, they're a motorcycle company, not a political machine. I couldn't agree more with that, but now more people out there, actual bike owners, are sharing their opinion. It's important that, it's like, hey, here's a bike, $30,000 bike sitting behind me, maybe listen to it. Here you see this. Harley Davidson biker slams the company for hiring a woke CEO who says he doesn't represent American values and urges him to boycott the company until the CEO is in place. Harley Davidson, get rid of that guy or you lose us. Okay. First of all, let's talk about this. Like German, not in America, not German born, German raised, German educated, extreme lifestyle, was a I love it. Well, Stan has no relation to represent the Americana motorcycle in any way, shape, or form. So, I mean, when people are doing this stuff, getting out there and making powerful videos, this is the guy that owns Harley. He owns the product. And now, it's getting international. You see, put the brakes. This is an article that came out today. Put on the brakes. Harley Davidson CEO compares himself to the Taliban in a newly uttered video as shocked fans say brand can crash and burn. I just, this is great. I'm so proud of people are sticking kind of to their principles and really pushing things forward, because this whole ideology is bad. And, it's anti-bike, and it feels weird. Like, it feels weird to say that, right? Even for me, I'm like, oh, but it's weird to say that. It's what it really is. They have specific training that goes to flights at their
factory, they forced it through. By the way, let's not forget, Harley Davidson is currently sending jobs overseas to Taiwan or Thailand, I believe it is. So, I mean, yeah, sending jobs overseas is about as pure as that line. With that said, things are not getting better for them. And right here, I live in Wisconsin. I live very close to the worldwide headquarters. Local news is covering this. Local news. They're also covering how they're picking up and taking hundreds of jobs over the time. Harley Davidson themselves cannot even use their own Twitter. This is a brand that basically was universally loved. That probably makes more money on their merch, their leather jackets, their t-shirts, their hats, than they even do on their bikes. But it's like, this guy, I mean, at some point, there's going to be a sell-off. And I don't know if it's very soon because, the stock itself for Harley. We're going to need to see sales before people jump ship. Like the last 5 days, it's actually up 3%. Over the last month, it's about even. Over the last 6 months, you can see it's down 3%. Year to date, it's about even. So this is not a stock that's been doing amazing. Like kind of hold its own. What's going to happen when, here again, this is 1 day ago, and this is the New York Post. This is reaching hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of people are watching my videos talking about it. It's just funny. And again, like when I have Robbie on the show, we're talking about whether or not you're seeing anything, kind of resulting or anything moving inside. Harley literally just goes down with his ship. It'll be like the Titanic with the band still playing. People will just move to India. Like, Indian is an iconic American brand. It's been around for a long time. And it's an easy switch. Now, the thing is, most people can't just sell their Harley and buy it and keep it. That's a lot of money. However, you end up with a situation where, okay, in 2 to 3 years, you stop buying, see more Indians on the road. The Indian motorcycle already, all references to PPI on the website now. I talk about the same thing. Before I make a strong recommendation, I would just against PPI and say that it's not happening. But this media storm is not going away. Writers are going out there and they're saying enough is enough. The CEO's got to go. Articles are coming out every single day. Bobby Starbucks will be posting some embarrassing thing about Harley Davidson every day or two. Or sharing stuff that's picking up more steam. It's going to be interesting to see. Hopefully Leftoids can buy all the Harleys because a lot of people who ride Harleys do so as to escape from this nonsense. Not as a more politics injected into their day. So this isn't going away. The media pushback is intensifying. We'll see if they say anything this week. I'll be interested to hear comment in the chat. Are they going to go down with the ship? Or are they going to change course? I think this is the last week that they can do it. Went through Bud Light. Time is running out for them. Time is running out. They can make the change this week or Facebook will never go like that. Or they're going to stay on the brand. Because it was like after a month or two in Bud Light, had nothing to just do. They looked at it and people just resided to their bet. They still have time, but I would say this week is probably it for them.
I don't think that's too much to ask, is it? Now, speaking of, she has got quite the running mate, this guy, Tim Walsh, too. Tim Walsh. I swear, before the end of the campaign, Tim Walsh is going to be talking about how he was carrying an M16 through the jungles of Vietnam But this guy, everything that comes out of his mouth about his military service is 25% a lie. It occurred to me, the closest Tim Walz has ever come to combat is when he said he carried a weapon of war. The closest Tim Walz has ever come to combat is when he went right and left the apple to the ground a few years ago, right? But he acts like such a tough guy, my friends. I don't know if you saw this, but Tim Walz said that he wanted you to debate me anytime, anywhere. So he started out October 1st, debate moderated by CBS, which I'm sure is going to be independent Democrats, but who cares? Because I respect the American people who go before House of Media. But when he says he'll debate anytime, anywhere, he apparently didn't mean in mid-September, because I offered him a debate in front of CNN, not exactly friends of me and Donald Trump, and you know what Tim Walz said? No thanks. Because they are hiding from the American people. My message to Kamala and Tim Walz, but especially to the American people, is the American people deserve to be led by somebody who's willing to get out there and talk to people. Kamala and Tim, stop hiding in the basement, get out there and campaign. We'd all appreciate it quite a bit. Thank you all. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Please. It's great to be in North Philly. God bless you all. Well, let me just give a few shout-outs here to some of my friends who are along the ride with us. First of all, we got the great Republican Party in Pennsylvania here. Lawrence Top and Flip Lawrence. Give Lawrence a round of applause. Here's over here, okay? We've got the great Jeff Bartos. Where's Jeff? Helping us out a great deal in the state of Pennsylvania. And then all the way from Missouri, we've got the great Eric Schmidt. I believe the tallest Republican United States Senator. Where's Eric? Also thrilled to have Ambassador Carla Sands here. Carla, thanks so much for being here. Let me just talk a little bit about what this election is all about, what's at stake here. Because at least we're going to take the greatest opportunities that God's given the nation. We've got the best people, we've got the best workers, we've got the best natural resources, and the most beautiful country anywhere in the world. America is ready to be unleashed. But to do that, we've got to kick out Kamala Harris and bring back Donald J. Trump. Now, we're here, of course, in a great facility, Diasor, but I'm going to call on the leader of this great company here at the beginning. And what I'll do here is give a little bit of a background on why we're here in North Philly, and then I'll take a few questions from reporters, and then I'd love to bring out a couple of local business leaders to sort of bring it home and talk about why we care about these things and we care about the look. We have a country that is being failed by its president. Don't let anybody gaslight you here, because Kamala Harris is running around the country and saying that on day one she wants to bring the cost of goods and the cost of housing under control. She says that on day one she wants to make groceries and homes more affordable for American citizens. Well, Kamala Harris, where are you going? Because you've been vice president for about 1,300 days. Day one was 3.5 years ago. You should have been doing your job then and not promising to do it now. Let's just take stock of the economic record of Kamala Harris. Electricity is up 30%. Food is up more than 20%. Gasoline is up 50%. And this is all because of the policies of Kamala Harris. This is the person who's promising that she's going to fix the huge problems that she has been creating for 1,300 days. And now she wants the American people to give her a promotion. My friends, I think it's time for the American people to say to Kamala Harris, you are fired. We want Donald J. Trump. Now, the other thing that I find interesting about Kamala Harris's campaign is that even though 99% of the mainstream media is in the tank for her, right?
I mean, look, these are the same group of people.
Well, the Democrats are in a lot of trouble right now. The DNC is being hosted today, August 19th through the 22nd of this week. And there's already massive protests in the radical left protesting their very own people. These are predictions that I made well over a year ago. The truth of the matter is, conservatives don't really care if you want to call us racist, xenophobic, whatever. Kind of over it. It doesn't really, harm our economies. Anyway, or shall I say, sticks and stones and break my bones and words never hurt me, but kind of done. So right now at the DNC, there's all these pro-Palestine, anti-Israel protesters to thousands. All right now, they're came out yesterday. I got a lot to share with you on that, but not only that, but hours before the DNC convention, something big happened, and not only hours before that, but on August 17th, something else happened. And I believe a lot of people missed regarding an article that was published by The Hill. And I want to start with that first. So take a look at this. This is on Hill's X page. This was a post that they put out on August 17th, 2024. Democrats still might invoke the 25th Amendment to make Harris president. Now, here's the actual article that they reference. Democrats still might invoke the 25th Amendment to make Harris president. It goes on to state, for the first time in modern party primary era, a candidate was installed in that position without winning primaries. Had to add that. Prior to that installation, a number of dems were on record saying they would have preferred an open convention with Harris as one of the leading candidates that can happen, and in the process of over 14 million primary votes for Biden were thrown into a dumpster to make a line. Is anything been off the table in this weird election cycle? I don't think so. At some point, it might become politically expedient to Democrats to elevate Harris to the presidency for the remainder of the campaign. To be sure, there are serious and growing questions about Biden's perceived cognitive issues at the time. Is he honestly capable of leading his police? If not, who is running the country? And here's something else. Might the Democrats invoke the 25th Amendment to remove him from office before the election? There is an argument to be made that such a move should at least be considered for the welfare of the country. Another growing possibility is that Biden simply walks away from the job. He must feel like he was hit by a freight train with all his Democrat friends stabbing him in the back. And what if it happens next week at the Democratic convention? Biden simply walks into the podium, looks at the camera, and declares, I got it, I'm done. I was going to do this. And going back to tell. So as you can see, this is a hugely powerful report. Before I dive in, just a quick break from my sponsor. Would you believe me if I told you that inside your kitchen right now is one of the healthiest foods on the planet? Spoiler alert, it's olive oil. Now you're probably used to cooking with it, but did you know that there are countless ways for olive oil to make people look and feel younger? And besides, younger on the outside is a fantastic tool for the inside as well. According to Dr. Steve Benjamin, a famous cardiothoracic surgeon, nutrition expert, and health advocate, you should get as much high-quality olive oil into your daily routine as possible. What exactly kind of olive oil is best for your health? Well, the olive oil industry is very huge, and you can bet that they're not all made with the consumer in mind. In fact, there are even brands out there who are cutting corners for profit. Now, we've got this investigate this realization to Paul. So how to tell the difference between the olive oil that is up to par and the ones that are released for health benefit? Well, Dr. Benjamin has seized up that opportunity. He's decided to take a stand and share his research and findings. Check it out. All you have to do is go to the website, getolive1.com/weekend, and it's here Dr. Gundry answers that question for you on this video. Now, if you want more information, make sure you click the link in the description and box below. It's got it on there. Or if you're on your cell phone, click that or go go directly to getall.com/page. All right, back to the broadcast. So, diving into this Hill article a little bit, one of the things that really stands out is, first, that this was published just 2 days before the TNC convention. Why do it at that time? Now, obviously, there was a lot of tension within the Democrats and even the Republicans regarding the health of Joe Biden, right? And the question therein lies, if he can't run on the presidential ticket against Donald Trump, why the hell is he able to run the country? Now, we all know that Hillary Harris, I think she's speaking YouTubers and TikTokers who are famous, lots of money to bring her on the channel and make her this likable candidate, and so much more. And I believe that even though the polls may show her ahead in some, that she's not as ahead as president, why not put him in office? So, will he actually do that? I do not know. Okay, but then what's interesting, and I'm saying we're so close anyway, they may not mess with it, right? Let the ducks really fly. And I'm kind of moving on that a little bit, but then this came out literally the day, hours before the TNC convention. This came out. Take a look at this. This is on the U.S. House of Representatives. Report of the impeachment inquiry of Joseph R. Biden, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America. So this is the impeachment inquiry that was put together by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability Committee on the Judiciary Committee on Ways and Means. So they put this together, the House of Representatives, and you can see this down there, August 19, 2024. Now, to give you an idea of what's in this report, it's 291 pages. I found some good information here on Zero Edge. House Speaker Biden actively participated in impeachable offenses, except, in fact, here it is too late to impeach him, but they wanted to make sure they got the information out. By the way, it took them months to freaking do this. They've been working on it, I believe, since September of last year. They've been staying on, and the question has to be asked, did they wait that long on purpose? But anyway, the article goes on to state a couple of things. For starters, it goes on to say the House Oversight, Ways and Means Judiciary Committee said they believe the evidence from their 9-month investigation establishes that Biden abused his office and violated his oaths under the Constitution, according to a 291-page report reviewed by Just the News. And I think he did, yes. That's why he should be in jail right now, in prison, quite frankly, for some things. But here's specifically what they had accused him in that report of doing. And here's what it says. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. This is specifically Biden and his family are accused of, number one, foreign payments. The Biden family reportedly received over $27 million from foreign sources, often through those shell companies, with some funds directly reaching Joe Biden's bank account. They've got receipts for that. Burisma involvement. Hunter Biden was paid $1 million annually by the Ukrainian company Burisma, using his influence to support the company and allegedly shut down corrupt investigations. CFC China Energy. Hunter Biden received a $5 million interest-free loan to China Energy, intended to benefit, of course, the Biden family. VP influenced. Joe Biden allegedly used his position as VP to support his son's foreign business ventures, meeting and speaking with his son's business partners in Ukraine, China, Russia, and Kazakhstan. $3.5 million from Russia oligarchs in Russia collusion right there. Russia, China collusion, freaking quid pro quo. All of Hunter Biden's business received $3.5 million from Russian oligarchy, Yelena Batyeva, shortly before a reported meeting between her and Joe Biden. And I know I butchered her name, but anyway, $8 million in loans from donors, and then the Biden family allegedly obtained $8 million in loans from Democrat donors, including $6 million from entertainment lawyer Helen Morris, covering various personal expenses for Mr. Hunter Biden, and of course DOJ favoritism. IRS whistleblowers allege that the Justice Department gave Hunter Biden preferential treatment, blocking investigations and concealing evidence to avoid charges. So lots of criminal activity, but the bottom line is the report is unlikely to result in any kind of formal impeachment. Biden has stepped out of the 2024 race, and we're basically posting towards January 2025. So,
nothing is really going to happen at this point to front. Now, whether or not they delayed that report until now, it is questionable. And why? That's still questionable because there's some real stuff against the Bidens, crimes potentially against the Bidens that can be reported. And quite frankly, since the DOJ and his entire Department of Justice is sold off to the Democrat Party, nothing's going to happen to Joe Biden. But either way, it's time to approach the Bill article, like this one right here, and the release of this particular report within 2 days of each other. 1-2 days before the other after, really shooting that maybe they could actually go after Joe Biden and take him out for the 25th amendment, which I think is not off the table completely for the Democrats, because this would only help Kamala Harris, not hurt Kamala Harris. And that's why I think it could be one up there with really tough. I pray that actually, I know we've got an invalid in charge of the office right now, but I would rather just sit where we're at and hold tight while Biden continues to make a law. So, although I'm a little jaded because we are at risk, with that kind of person in charge, but it seems he's been in charge for the past 4 years with that kind of thing anyway. So we're kind of at that point. I certainly don't want a confidence in charge of the country. In the meantime, 30-year-old years, that's all quite frankly. But either way, all of this happens and the DNC kicks off. Protests, by the way, are happening right now. They started yesterday. They're going to go, I believe, through the entire event. The DNC has kicking off today as DNC kicks off day one, major protest, and it's starting Monday. Democrats will hold their long-anticipated national convention during which they'll formally nominate their presidential candidate and outline the way they will of the future. The president and VP nominees for both major parties. That is going to be held Monday the 19th through Thursday the 22nd of Chicago, and actually see some of the lineup of speakers. Tim Walsh, of course, Scott Stearns, always well, Democrats that outside the party's control expect that president's own elections, their own people, their own leaders, they're expected to be forced to pay. There's always a warning out. It's very interesting.
As we know, this city has a poor track record when it comes to protecting businesses. For their own safety.
Yeah, so they're all employing anticipation of radical leftists because they have proven, unfortunately, in the past, that they're not so peaceful all the time, even as the mainstream claims that they are. Of course, one protest organized as the March on DC 2024 will feature a group of around 200 left-wing groups and could potentially number into the tens of thousands, raising concerns about event security. Specifically, the protesters are demanding that the DNC and Harris change their stance on Israel, calling for the United States to stand with Palestine and end U.S. aid to Israel, along with a laundry list of other radical leftist demands. Now, obviously, not all leftists are extreme and radical, but there are ones out there, especially like the radical BLM side, the radical Antifa group. But here's the group that was mentioned. This is marching on the TNC 2024, and this is the demands that they're making. They want to stand with for jobs, for everything, free everything, free everything. Immigrants' rights, legalization for all undocumented workers, defending LGBTQ and reproductive rights, defend the right to unionize and strike, stop police crimes, justice, peace, and work for all. Your typical radical leftist consequence. Now, there is another protest there.
findenemylines.org. You can see how they now shut down the DNC process. Wow. So they're a little bit more scary. Who says protesting should be safe? Somebody over at the FBI is looking at this group as I, for one, against violence. Looks like, and last they're really on right now, but I don't want to fight her. I don't want to put her in the cases. I'm terrified, but this is their own concern on their own. This is exactly what's happening. You know, it's weird, right? On top of it, the Democrats are aware that their own side could potentially get violent. So are you about to get this? A wall. DNC builds wall around the convention center amid Chicago protests. Now, notice these protests are not coming from the right. Not at all, not coming from Republicans. They're all from the radical left, a very pro-Palestine, anti-Israel group. And they're erecting a wall, which they claim, of their own fruition, doesn't work at the border, yet somehow it works for the DNC. I just kind of thought I'd throw that in there. Now, thousands have already assembled there. This is the night before. You can see the size of the crowd. Tony is saying these are the Chicago pro-Palestine protesters there. Not a bad number. It looks at least like 1,000 there in that image. But they're already chanting, going out. You can see some of the stuff. So they're yelling, must be Christian fascists, they're anti-Christian. If you ask them, it's the difference here. This is interesting too. It's this young lady actually running the DC stage. Take a listen to that. Stage. And now it's on the 18th. Right? Officially started on the 19th. There you go. It's just crazy. And Killer Comma, Gaza speaking or whatever. You know, and here's the other thing I wanted to mention before I leave. This former Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, is attending the convention. And by the way, she's one of the most communist, tyrannical dictators that I know. She's the one that shut everything down for the country there in Australia. I mean, that she completely shut things down, rounded people up the whole 9 yards, and of course she's at the DNC, probably supporting Kamala Harris. But either way, the left are being at this particular protest. And so it should be interesting come election day, because I'm wondering how are some of these little pro-Palestinian people going to vote? Are they going to just go straight on pigs in there? Are they going to vote for Trump because on Kamala? Are they going to vote for Kamala? I think most of them will probably just not cast vote. Or vote for our favorite ones. But if they're that mad at Kamala, I can't believe they'd be voting for her either. So, I guess it's good for that. If there is any good for it. But anyhow, the lefters, we just sit back and watch the unfortunate events unfold and be tech ready for everybody involved. Anyhow, I love you guys. Thanks for listening.
Speaker, and to my friend from Missouri, thank you. Actually, sometimes I can find microphones, and often what I want to share, what I need to share, my therapy is a bit dour. And it's sometimes fun to listen to someone that actually has happy enjoy it. All right, now that the uplifting portion of this program is over, let's get to the facts. Mr. Speaker, or now Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You see the number? 35 trillion. Guess who we hit it? We should be very, very excited and proud of ourselves. We did something that so many economists said.
these people are the worst thing that ever happened to America. And I want you to look into the eyes right most of them are type I put everything on that. Well, Nez, how can you say that? I mean, Trump doesn't care either. Trump just, no. You don't understand. These guys have been in power for 50 plus years. They have been infected by the poison of hubris, ego, power, narcissism. They want to retain power at all costs. That's why they're willing to let millions and millions of illegal cartel members, thugs, gangbangers, rapists, murderers into our country because they're willing to do anything. There's no cost. That's too heavy. They're willing to sacrifice your life, violence, like control. There's a lot of people. My life, our kids' lives, so that they can redeem power. Well, guys, what about Trump? Trump's an egomaniac. Trump has hubris. No. Trump's a billionaire. It doesn't matter who's in office. It could literally be Lenin in office, which practically is with Comrade Donald. He'd be fine. That's why you have people like Bill Maher saying, well, I don't mind the border. It doesn't matter. These celebrities that support this garbage, De Niro, Campbell, Mark Ruffalo, Lady Gaga, of course they don't care. They don't have to worry about the grocery bills. They don't have to worry about how expensive gas is. They don't have to worry about kids. They don't have to worry about kids. Why? Because they have laws on it. You know why? Because they have private security that follow them everywhere. Of course they don't care. Look at the rats. Yes. If the border's wide open. You guys, your sovereign, remember our forefathers, Thomas Jefferson, the great American philosophers, walking Ralph Waldo Emerson, Slave Days, Luther King, freedoms. That is your sovereign. That is what this entire channel is all about. It's not about me. I can give a rat's ass. I'm worried about my kids. I'm worried about my grandkids. I'm worried about my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great. I don't want America to just flourish for centuries. This is the most consequential election of our lives. This is the most consequential election since 1861. That's a fact. Capital F, fact. So, the whole argument that Trump is an egomaniac, Trump just wants power, Trump doesn't care about America, is completely yes. It's a belief. He thinks taking a vote is worth what he's doing. He has billions of dollars to from golf, swimming, relaxing, leisure, even the world to have right back up. What is that? Give me a big giant goose in the comments right now. So watch this. This is painful. This is absolutely painful. Watch this. She's so funny that she has the stage buying her One of the beautiful things and why we like Trump so much is because he's authentic. He's real. Capital R-E-A. Real. He's It's down to earth. It's money. Who cares? This is I seriously what everyone does. Come on. Is he an a-hole? Of course he is. I mean, we're not talking about Puppy Dog's ice cream here. We're talking about running the #1 super nation in the world, being the leader of the free world, dealing with some powerful, manipulative, evil, vile scum that is trying to take us down every single step of the way. We're not talking about puppy dogs and kittens here. I don't want a nice guy. I want somebody who's got balls. I want somebody who's a badass. I want somebody who's going to look Kim Jong-un in the eye and Xi Jinping in the eye and Vladimir Putin in the eye and say, excuse me, what did you say, pal? Who the hell do you think you are? No, I'm not going to get into that crap. We need balls. Theodore Roosevelt. We need balls back in this country. I just want a return to pragmatism, a return to practicality. Who's with me? Give me a big giant yeah in the comments right now. These fake, slandering hypocrites. Give me a break, man. I'm sick and tired of it. I mean, it's absolute garbage. That's what it is. So, they have to fake this, and then, I mean, probably one of the grossest displays I've ever seen is the fake staging of this is the epitome of fake. This is why Trump should win if they don't cheat, and will if they don't cheat. And by the way, I want to be very, very clear. I am not a conspiracy theorist. I say this knowing the impact of my statement. Okay? I say this knowing full well the impact of my statement. I have done my due diligence, my own qualitative and quantitative research. My wife is a brilliant researcher. This is a mom and pop media organization. The Professor Nez Media Channel, Nez Nation Live. If you want to tune in right now, we're a mom and pop media organization. Which is why I can always tell the truth. I tell you exactly how I feel. Why? Because I'm not the open with Pfizer or Procter & Gamble or all the lobbyists that own all the Democrats and the rhinos. I can say the truth. Just like Trump. Because Trump's not the open. And I know the impact of the state. That after all of my due diligence, I can tell you right now, Trump won. It's a fact. Can you imagine? I don't know if you guys, how many people have seen this video before? If you have. Hey, Thomas, I'm glad you're here. Thomas Riley says, first time here, I fell in love with this guy. Listening to him for a couple of minutes, I think he was really good. Thank you so much, Thomas. I'm so happy to have you here. Welcome to Stranger. This is brand new. Let's go to brand new. I'll give you a live shout out on here. Now, how many people have seen this footage? Let me give you because this is going to drive you freaking nuts. Okay? This is going to drive you absolutely nuts. This is second check out. This is second check out. That Emma. So this is Kamala's wife. That's right. I think that's the truth. I let that slip, but it's the truth. I don't even think that Kamala definitely wears the donkey pants. Oh, there's a bigger, real soft, feminine, more exclusive man than Doug Emhoff. Find me one. I dare you to find one. Okay, so let me. Hey, the Throttle Crack. I love that name. I'm here. Would love to share some information. Email me. Nez at ProfessorNez.com. Georgina's in the house. I'll see you, Georgina. Long time no see. It's great to see you. Okay, so this is Kamala's wife, Doug Emhoff. By the way, stick around. I'm going to share with you clips, all the highlights of Trump's speech today on the economy. I'm going to share that. This is This is Megan, wife of Comrade Conan, and he's practicing. If you can freaking believe this, I have to look at you while I set this up. The guy is so pathetic. The regime is so pathetic. The entire sham of the Hippocrats is so abysmally pathetic that this poor excuse, this pseudo-human, this Don Lemon want to be, has to practice his walkout from his speech. Watch this. This will make your skin crawl. But we have to, you guys, you don't understand. When I say tap the thumbs up, it's not for me. When you tap the thumbs up, okay, which is free, please do that right now. It literally makes you an Anderson. What happens is it triggers the algorithm. So the algorithm goes, wow, a lot of people like this video. But we have it in 2060. And we can educate them. And then, like, I'm not a teenager like some of these other streamers out here who don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm a grown-ass 50-year-old man. I've worked in the public sector, private sector, I've run businesses, I've taught at some of the most prestigious universities in the world. If we get my videos out to more people, we can educate our citizens. When we educate them, they make educated decisions. And when our citizenry makes educated decisions, that benefits everybody. Not just you, not just me, not just our country. So please do that right now. This practice. It's not even, I mean, this guy has to practice his walkout. He's doing his walkout. He has to practice. Look at these crappy dance moves. I dare you not. I'm working right now. Gifting vomit bath. This is that awful. I learned. Watch this. Look at it. There's nobody there. This is practice. There's nobody there. This is disgusting. Look at this. Look at this. Pathetic. Practice is not that is not the most disgusting thing you've ever seen in your life. Could you imagine practicing walking out for music? You think he can practice? I'm sure he has advisors. I'm sure his consultants, his campaign managers wanted to rehearse all this stuff. He's one of these. He's a shit. I see you doing it.
Not feeling the grace but don't want a color? Try Just for Men Control GX Spray Reducing Shampoo. 0 average. Recycled it. Use daily week 1 to gradually reduce sprays and keep them clean. Just for Men Control.
also super fun to see them say, you're fine, the economy's fine, whatever you feel is happening to your budget is not happening. I don't understand how you can say that with a straight face and then look people in the eye who cannot put food on the table.
It's weird though, right? Like, when they tell me, no, you can afford more groceries. Like, no one can. Yeah, you can. You're not, it's not struggling. Yes, I am. No, you're not.
You got enough to eat.
And Kamala Harris gets up there at the friggin' podium and she's like, she's telling all of us, we already know grocery prices are really high. We know how things on the table is really difficult right now. Yeah, we know that. Stop telling us that. But then also stop telling us that we're not actually feeling that at the same time. It's a weird sort of double.
It's very condescending. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Go ahead.
So the fire department shows up, they're like, yes, your house is definitely on fire. Here, let me go through a list of facts about the temperature that the house is burned. Like, are you going to do anything? Like, no. We're just going to educate you on the fact that your house is definitely on fire.
That's a great analogy because it does feel like the house is on fire. Things are burning. We also are going to talk about how the House Oversight Committee just released a report about impeachable offenses for President Biden. Who cares?
Projects. How did that work out for us? Government, how do you all of that? So let's
$10 off checkout.
Other part that I will say is she's concentrating on one problem. Definitely should have inflation forever. Still is too much money chasing the cars.
Manscaped's 20% off summer sale is here. That means finally saw the performance package 5.0 Ultra plus 2 gifts. Best spray job at manscaped.com. It's up 20%. It's not the chicken that's the problem. It's too much money chasing for the goods. The cost of everything in that food, chicken, beef, chicken, and eggs, and everything are
market, gasoline, truck, and so on. So all of that's gone up. She's saying that you have to stop the price of fuel going up. So the problem is the money that's changed in the and all the other places. This is wrong. It's not moving the market. That's the problem. So this does not work. It hasn't worked in history. It's not going to work here. If she does the price controls, you will have a worse inflation problem, just like we had in the 70s, in 9-10 months when she releases the price.
We also had the Biden administration a few months ago changed the definition of recession, right? They changed the definition, so you can't call it a recession. They changed the Wikipedia page for the word recession, and now that page is locked. It's hilarious. Like, you just the goalpost of what it means by being a recession. Do you think we are in a recession or a depression? And how, if not, is it going to get better or worse?
Well, first of all, they've been changing the definition of words and the formulas for words all the time. And they've changed the definition and the words for inflation, or the formula for inflation, years now, just to try to keep inflation down. So if you went back to the old formula, inflation would still be at 9 to 11%, depending on which formula you're using from the old days. But everyone's talking about recession, no recession. It makes absolutely no sense. People have to wake up. There is a recession coming. I'm not sure in it yet, but we're extremely close. Number one, you've got an indicator that's been 100% accurate for 100 years, which is an inverted yield curve. That inverted yield curve can't tell me exactly when the recession is coming, but it's a 100% chance that there is one coming, and it's fairly soon. The second is, not only do you have these indicators out there starting to fall off the cliff, but you have the IMF, which is, it's kind of independent, at least, looks at all countries. They're forecasting U.S. economic growth of 2.6% in 2024, which is off by about a 10%. But next year, it's off by 26%. So they're forecasting 1.9% economic growth. That's a 26% difference in growth. That's a recession, and it's coming. Now, look, I'm in the world of precious metals, so everybody says, well, you're probably kind of a little bit negative on the economy because of precious metals. That's probably been outperforming the stock market since 2000, so it doesn't matter if it's a recession or not. This money printing is causing the precious metals to increase. But here's a guy, Jamie Dimon, who's the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, that says, and I quote, I've been pointing to geopolitics, housing, deficits, spending, quantitative tightening, all these things cause consternation in the markets. I give a 35 to 40% chance that we will have a soft landing. Meaning, if you think of it the opposite way, it's giving it about a 60% chance that we're going to have a recession. I keep saying, look, if you gave me a parachute and the guy says, look, there's a 60% chance the parachute isn't going to open, I'm not jumping out of the plane. But these are retirement. This is people's retirement and their savings. And you have, based on what he's saying, a 60% chance that there's going to be some problems in the economy for the next 12 to 18 months. So it's a guy I've listened to when he's talking about things like recession, because he's not in the business of wanting a recession when you own a large bank.
Well, I would say here, on my other channel, talking about investing, it's like, God, my wife and I, we have our IRAs, we have our children's IRA, or self-directed IRAs. They're heavy with precious metals and real estate. And that's what we invest in, tangible assets, which is outpaced inflation. So that's what we talk about all the time. And the Fed, of course, is meeting right now in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We should take all this together. They're talking about a recession, whether or not we'll be one, whether we protect ourselves from getting to one. Slashing interest rates here in September, it seems likely that that's going to happen. We can see maybe a couple of interest rate slashings over the course of the next couple of months. So likely that'll do to the economy. Like the elections, giving a gift to Harris re-election benefits, slashing interest rates. And also, the U.S. dollar, the de-dollarization process right now. Countries, BRICS countries, that don't need the U.S. dollar as the reserve currency. Themselves saying they're only about the United States and the US dollar. So what do you see on this
Yeah, that's a great question. Jerome Powell's kind of walking a tightrope. So on one hand, he's got the U.S. economy going into a recession soon, right? Yes. So he's thinking about lowering interest rates and trying to keep that from happening. And on the other side, he's got the normal countless amounts of central banks liquidating dollars and purchasing other assets, a lot of gold right now, but they're liquidating the U.S. dollar into the economy, into the market, which could cause a lot of inflation. So if you lower interest rates here in the U.S. too much, then those central banks are already selling. They're going to sell more. Those dollars are going to come to the United States, and again, the definition of inflation is too much money chasing goods. Those dollars chase goods, inflation rates gets higher. So he's got a real tight rope here. They put themselves in this position by printing up so much money. It's just unbelievable. Like drowning in a record $35 trillion in debt, with interest payments this year almost at $1 trillion. We're borrowing $2.5 trillion just to pay the interest on the debt. So, lower interest rates would help that out, but it's not going to help the central bank selling dollars to cause more inflation. So he's got a really kind of a tough situation to try to maneuver. I feel like we're in a cartoon with the load runner by a coyote. Lightning runs off, and so if he was just hanging there, and then it drops to the bottom, and we're waiting for it to drop to the bottom.
It's really tremendous. And the de-dollarization continues. They can be building on. We talk about inflation. We talk about putting in the housing. We're going to talk a little bit later in the show tonight about her housing plan, which is just a rip-off of Soviet-era style housing, like what Justin Trudeau has done in Canada, a disaster. So they're going to just throw billions more dollars into this mix, while these other countries are just running away from the U.S. dollar. How scared are you? Like, once all of these countries back away from the U.S. dollar, where are those U.S. dollars that they're dumping? Where are they going to go?
Yeah, it's a great question. You look right now, and I had the statistic right before the show here. It says the share of U.S. dollar reserves held by central banks fell to 58.4%, lowest since 1999. On average, it was right around 80%. So this has fallen by 25%. People ask me, why is this important? Why are you so nervous about these countries selling dollars? Those dollars go someplace and they come back to the United States. So I made this example for people. If you took Apple shares, and there was $1 billion worth of Apple shares, and you had $1 billion worth of Apple shares, 500 billion here in the United, or 500 million here in the United States, 500 million outside the United States that for 50 years basically hasn't been sold. That's the world reserve currency in those, let's say, they're Apple shares. And after 50 years, those central banks that own those Apple shares say, hey, look, I'm just going to liquidate the Apple shares. I don't want them anymore. What happens to the value of Apple? It's going to crash 50%. So more money is held outside, more U.S. currency is held outside the United States than inside the United States. One big reason is because of the petrodollar. All countries have to use the U.S. dollar to go buy oil. And the Saudis have said, basically, I don't know if I want to continue with this petrodollar situation. We might want to work with the BRICS countries, so on and so on. If those countries don't have to hold those dollars and they start liquidating, what happens to the value of the dollar here in the United States when you flood the market with those dollars? It's going to be the same thing that if you flood, the Apple shares that these central banks were holding back into the economy. If Apple crashes, the dollar crashes. It's the scariest part of the entire economy to me. It's my most worrisome thing that keeps me up at night, because you can't do anything about it. These banks can sell. There's not a darn thing we can do about it, and all of those dollars coming back will take the inflation rate absolutely through. So again, Powell has a big tightrope situation that he's got to figure out how to maneuver around so that these countries don't liquidate.
They box themselves in on this. And again, we saw what happened with Japan last year. We bullied them into not selling their U.S. treasuries. No, fine. We'll just hang on to them in Japan. Now we know what a disaster that's been for them holding on to these bulk assets right now, the U.S. dollar. It's been a disaster. Kevin, you guys put together a great report at Lear. I've read it. I addressed it to a bunch of friends as well. The de-dollarization report that you guys put together, and you guys have made it available for our audience. I'd love for you to share it with them, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, so we put a report together on the debt, de-dollarization, interest rates, and inflation. So just people to get educated a little bit here. What are the things that they can invest in if the dollar's going to fall, if inflation's going to stay higher for a little bit longer, if interest rates start to come down? what are some alternatives? You brought up precious metals and real estate. Look, you can print up a bunch of dollars, but you can't print gold and you can't print real estate. So real estate types of assets, that's hard asset, or something called alternative stuff. You want to look at an asset. They can give us a phone call and get this report absolutely free. It's about 16, 18 pages long. Also, if they call or use the URL at learredacted.com, we're going to put $250 into their account automatically. If they purchase gold or silver, they can use it for their IRAs. All the IRS fees that would still be charged, we'll cover that for them, or shipping and insurance with their home delivery. So if they give us a phone call at 800-613-3557, 800-613-3557, go to learredacted.com. Get the report out there, put $250 into their account. Hopefully, we'll educate them on what they think that this is happening out there.
Thank you so much for that. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We've got the Jackson Hole right now ahead of this week's September Fed meeting. Stock interest rates as we head into this election. It's going to be a volatile situation right now. Of course, everything that we're going to hear from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. We'll be watching this platform very closely and dissecting it here on the show. That's with Kevin. Kevin, great to see you as always. Thanks so much for your expertise on all of this.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
And I think Dan Clark in the chat just a second ago said he thinks a loaf of bread is going to be $30. David Clark. Yeah, and then the Washington Post, you guys saw this, just out with basically saying Kamala Harris has squandered what could have been a golden opportunity to outline to the Washington Post slam. So too with the New York Times. They basically said everything she's like kind of throwing out right now are populist gimmicks and price gouging, symbols to blame for corporate price gouging rather than addressing the underlying economic issues. And she was asked about the policy, and she's not been they've not let her talk to reporters at all. They kept her away from reporters. And a reporter managed to ask her about her economic plan, and it went about as well as you can imagine. Listen to her response. She started talking about her new economic plan. Listen.
Economic policy.
Well, I mean, we just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending return on that investment in terms of that would be what it would take. Seen it when we did it so that's why we look at it. Looking in terms of tax credits, we should at least great return on investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to funds rule, again, return on investment. I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the rich versus when you are strengthening neighborhoods, strengthening communities, and improving the economy and investing in a broad-based economy. Everybody benefits and it pays for itself.
No. I'm sorry. Wait. I can't let her say that. That's a lie. Child poverty has doubled since 2021, since they took office. We showed that chart. If you look at our live show on August 8th, the bit we did about Kamala Harris's whole Freedom campaign. She's talking about free from childhood poverty when the Biden administration has doubled it. In 2021, the rate was 5.2%, and it is now 12.4%. So F you for saying that. You've made it harder for kids, not better. So you can pound sand. You can lick buttholes for that. No, you don't get to say that. No.
No, it's going to pay for itself. Don't worry about it. We'll do this, and then when someone down the line gets a job, it'll pay for itself. That's how this works. The return on the investment, she says, is fantastic.
And the data I just gave you is from the census. I'm not making that up. So she can literally say, she's a litigator, not an economist, and giving us the worst plan ever, having hurt people for 4 years. I cannot abide that. No. Sorry.
Coming up a little bit later in the show, we're going to talk about her proposed $25,000 down payment assistance program for housing. So that's how they'll do it for low-income and illegal immigrants in the United States. $25,000 down. How is that going to not drive prices higher? Of course it will. We saw that with electric vehicles. oh, you want to slash thousands of dollars off the price of electric vehicles for incentives?
Right.
Great. What do the auto manufacturers then do? They raise the prices to cover these incentives.
Right, and it feels like she's bribing us, and that is exactly what it felt like during the summer of 2020 when Biden was campaigning for president, because he continued to say, I will give you this money when I am elected as COVID stimulus. And he and President Trump got in this bidding war where they just kept increasing what they would give to people, and we are now paid for that collectively, which we warned about, well, not us, economists warned about, and we didn't listen. We're here, that happened, and now they're bribing again. So please do not fall for that, people.
Yeah, Battle in the chat says, yeah, housing, $25,000 down payment will cause home prices to go up. Exactly. Yeah, let us know your thoughts on that. We're going to talk about that up here in a few minutes in the show. But we look at all of these big war events that are happening now. And of course, we're going to focus on now to impeach President Biden because the House Oversight Committee has released a report. And we're going to tell you, let's kind of tease it for a second here. Imagine what they found inside of the improprieties and offenses that the House of Biden have committed. We'll talk about that in a second.
Because they're acting like economics is this great mystical mystery, and it's not. Like, they could actually study and listen to economists, but instead it's all politics. So that is the but
they've never had a job. They've never owned a business. They've never run a business. And the people that are running our government have never run businesses, right? I mean, then they all made fun of Trump for being a businessman.
Oh, we're going to talk about the Biden business coming up. So, okay, I will calm down because we're going to talk about efforts to impeach Joe Biden because of the Biden brand and what the House report has said. We're also going to talk about how the liberals were once the party of anti-war. Phil Donahue, though, got fired for that. He passed away over the weekend. And we want to remember the fact that the media lies to us about war. They did it in 2003 over the Iraq War, causing millions of deaths. That anti-war voice is still missing from the media, and we're going to talk about what might have happened had we not deplatformed anti-war voices in order to, I guess, honor the passing of Phil Donahue. Also, we're going to talk about Trudeau economics and how Kamala Harris is just sort of copied and pasted. But first, I want to tell you about Shopify, because guess what? Shopify is a great way to grow your online commerce business. And in fact, the Redacted store runs on Shopify because, we're busy reporting the news. We can't just make a shop. So Shopify did it for us. That's how we bring you Redacted merchandise that we are so honored to see when you are able to buy it. So Shopify is a place where we went to create the store. When we have a new idea for something, such as a Redacted hoodie or shirt or cup, we just put it up on Shopify and they take care of the rest. Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the United States, and Shopify is the global force behind not just the Redacted store, but also Rothy's, Allbirds. They have entrepreneurs of all sizes in 170 countries, and it's super easy. You just go to their site and they help you build out your brand based on whatever it is your idea is, from your online shop stage to first real life store stage all the way to, oh my gosh, you made $1 million stage. So again, you can sign up for Shopify, chances to grow, and you get a trial where you go to shopify.com/redacted, all lowercase, one more time, that's shopify.com/redacted to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. One more time, that's shopify.com/redacted. Well, House Oversight Committee released a report concluding that President Biden, quote, committed impeachable offenses. I did not say that impeachably, unimpeachably. He did it. We know he did it. We've been covering all the things, all of the evidence that's been uncovered by this report as it's been slowly coming out in a drip. But now we have it in one big report, and we're going to show it to you. But here's the thing. Okay, we know he used his influence on HTV. What do we do about it now? Is it worth our time, given that the house is on fire? Is it worth our time? So I want to put this question to you as a thought experiment, because we need to decide. Recall that President Trump was impeached 1 week before he left office. Where did that get us? What did we get for it? I think we can all agree that got us nowhere. Nothing. We gave Democrats a talking point, and that's about it. So if Joe Biden did in fact enrich himself, which we know he did, and his family through his political career, should we want an impeachment given that he is old and senile and powerless? Do we want this? There are two valid arguments here. Number one, no one is above the law. He used the American people to make his family rich. He made decisions that were not in our best interest, but in his best interest. He sold us down the river. We will never really have justice for that because we have the money to pay those illegal decisions. So, if we don't possibly get he's leaving office. Democrats will never see this evidence. In fact, they will try it will go nowhere. It will frustrate the heck out of all of us. So should we just leave it? What do you think? Do we make it a run or do we leave it? What do you think?
No, I mean, it's Chandler just on full CH-17 since he's too senile to say he's closed. I mean, look, I don't care if he's too senile, I don't care if he's too old. It's right. It's clear that he's got Alzheimer's. He can't be forever. He's so old. I don't care. Because I think it sets the precedent for future presidents to know you cannot do these things. We have members of Congress from that.
They still try Nazis in their 90s.
Yeah. Over in Canada, they applaud them. They give them standing ovations. I hear them.
Not they.
Right. They see these people who aren't to find Nazis and they're ready to applaud. Right. Here, the highest office in the land, the second highest office in the land is vice president. And enriching people within your family off of American tax dollars. This is absolutely corruption. People should be brought to justice.
Okay, well, let's see the evidence and then see if we can come down on one side or the other because the argument is very strong. The country is already too partisan. We don't have time for this. We're funding foreign wars. The economy is crap. Can we even afford to do this? Is it a distraction from the things that need to happen going forward to make the place that we live in better for our children? Will it make it better for our children? So let's take a look. Here is the report. It is based on a year of evidence gathering that started in 2023. The committee has checks, loan documents. They've spoken to whistleblowers. It is done. Again, you should seek it out and look for yourself. Here specifically, what they found, this is a summary, they found that he did use his position to make money. A lot of it, since he was vice president, I would suspect that did not start during his vice presidency, but that's as far back as they looked. They say that his family was using his influence to make money and that it is, quote, inconceivable that President Biden did not understand that he was taking part in an effort to enrich his family by abusing his network of public trust. They say that the Biden family has made sophisticated efforts to conceal all of this by using LLC, really smaller transaction. They also say he concealed evidence, evidence and documents specifically, if we go to the next one, evidence to his personal residences, and he showed it to his ghostwriter, who did not have clearance, and had the White House lie to him about this. In fact, they claim, I know this is true, that the president could be that's the funds that the lies with them, whether this guy was like, they can't show that the president has that
presidents, listeners in their stars, listeners in their Biden. So yeah, no, I don't think that he was, like I just said, better. Right. Yeah. So they have roles. By one chamber of Congress, will actually Ukrainian President Zelensky favor that favor those, you know, hinge on that, right? Which, ironically, is that report. And enrichment of somebody's family. They put out what the 40 grand as the Biden fund. That's what they called it. They made it consultants without being audited, and the communication wires from all sources without being told by the ground, and one from the Biden
It's not a perfect one. It's not. Right, you know, all the survive. That's exactly what Thomas Edison showed by Thomas
a possible nightmare scenario when the show before the Microsoft, FAC founders and defense contractors that went on to make tremendous profits for the war. But also because they needed to destruction of economies, public services, the environment. Indirect deaths just grow in scale over time, meaning that suffering continues 20 years later. Of these 1.5 million deaths, they say that most of them, in fact 3.7 million, are indirect from the spread of disease, health problems, public service
they are known as wasting children or stunting. And yet the media will tell you none of this, and they cancel these voices. So it's important to think about this in the wake of the death of Seal Donahue. And in fact, in 2006, MSNBC host Chris Matthews was asked about this on the air by journalist Amy Williams. Now, and here is the MSNBC, but I would stand in the U.S. for the information and the American expressing an point of view on the election. Its point of view and the people who are the NBC memo. That was a secret memo that came out that said they didn't want him to be the face of this network, an anti-war face, at a time when the other answers were shooting the message. That's what I that's great. I said that we were a great patriot. We did have the NBC memo, the secret memo, that said they didn't want their flagship show to be when the other networks were waving the American flag.
You're the most popular show.
MSNBC. That sounds great.
You're watching MSNBC that night.
I'm not sure.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, it's first emotional particular so you get this.
Yeah.
Just
that's sort of the point I'm trying to make. Obviously, it talks to a lot of the sensationalism and the talk shows. Feedback in 2004 being this is the thought that I put on yesterday that I'm really with is that she was fired again for speaking out against the war. History now is sort of on his side. So maybe it's a rest in peace. Rest in peace. Maybe the rest of us will be able to so look at that.
yeah, I think it's worth option. We're getting 60,000 of number right now, which is amazing. So again, it's really difficult right now. I mean, it's big tech censorship and it's big limits to the platform. So we appreciate you guys subscribing to us. We are anti-war, and we are not run by corporations. Sponsors here on the show. Pharma, international contracts, and that. So we appreciate you for supporting that. By the way, just something critical. Again, it's I'm sure exactly where, but it's in the app somewhere. It's like what we're doing. So we talk about Kamala Harris here at the housing plan. We're talking about the intro. Part of the Kamala Harris plan for people buying their first home is $25,000 to make first round people in a house. Where is that money going to come from? It goes back to own $25,000. This is how money works, right? But it's the New York Times and the Wall Street and the Washington Post that said they're populist gimmicks. And where are they going to pay for this? How are they going to pay for this when they're $35 trillion in debt? We're talking about that in just a moment. But first,
First, you want to know about American financing because, of course, we're talking about the economy and inflation. And you know that interest rates are dropping, and you think they will drop further, but we're not really sure. So now is the time to call our friends at American Financing. They're a family-owned company that is helping people just like you create savings and securities. And their salary-based mortgage consultants look at your full financial picture, all your loans, including those frustrating credit card balances that you're paying maybe 20-30% interest on every month. They help you create a loan program where they wipe out all of that debt and they teach you to swap it out for a more favorable debt that you can pay off faster. They are a true partner in helping you and your family save money, and they don't charge any upfront or hidden fees. It costs you nothing to find out how much you can save, and they're saving average customers over $800 a month. So try today. Just say, I'm going to learn this. I'm going to see if this works for me. I'm going to take control of my finances. So go to AmericanFinancing.net/redacted or give them a call at 866-890-8434. Again, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. AmericanFinancing.net/redacted.
Well, if you want to learn how to run your housing market, there's no better teacher than Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Want to see how to do the country and booming housing climate. That's how we use them to report from Justin Trudeau. That's exactly what Kamala Harris has apparently done as part of her new housing platform. Yes, taking inspiration from Justin Trudeau and make this happen. She's taking communist plans from Justin Trudeau. We're bringing David Craig to sort of great movies on this at the Post-Millennial about how Kamala is copying Justin Trudeau. David, great to see you. Welcome back to the show.
Good back, Clayton.
So tell me, what exactly is Kamala doing here? I mean, the United States is in a housing crisis. Prices continue to go up. Of course, interest rates have been high. Builders have had difficulty getting materials. The cost of materials have skyrocketed, so builders have pulled back on a lot of their building. Rents, of course, have continued to go up over 20%. So America has a housing crisis, and we have a housing shortage. So I guess Canada is the land of milk and honey up there, right?
Wrong. We've had 9 years of Justin Trudeau. We have a housing crisis in Canada, too. Probably worse than last after 9 years of Trudeau. The average apartment in Ottawa, I'm just outside of the city, was $1,700 a month. That's a lot of money for somebody not making $150,000 a year. And we have a shortage of housing, too. We've got 10 cities in every major Canadian city. 10 cities. As the opposition leader here probably have a lot to point out every time the issue of housing comes up. And of course, it's getting worse, not better. Justin Trudeau put another $8.5 billion into housing in the last budget as part of the $2.9 billion of new spending, putting another $40 billion on national debt. Are we seeing any evidence of this at all? Of course we're not. The housing crisis continues to get worse. There's no real housing being built, and it's certainly out of reach of most people. Mortgages are out of reach of most people. So the problem here, of course, is that we don't have adequate housing that people can afford. So what is Justin Trudeau always talking about affordable housing? But it doesn't exist. But what surprised me, and I suppose I should be surprised, and this is the Kamala Harris last Thursday, is she unveiled the economic policy. And of course, listen to the Democrats and most of the mainstream media. Kamala Harris is now an economic and a fiscal genius. And she's going to save America from inflation. And you ask Kamala Harris, what are you going to do with inflation? To say, inflation is when you go to the grocery store and the price of eggs has gone up last week. You're very good at recognizing what inflation is. So she's in to reduce inflation, except part of the inflationary cycle of the Biden-Harris administration for the past 3.5 years. Sustainable housing. She has these ideas about housing, and I said that I heard them. It's not some of Justin Trudeau. That's exactly like Justin Trudeau. It amounts to putting taxpayer money into the pot and hoping that somehow it solves the problem. She's talking about $40 billion. It's more than what is currently in the housing pot from Joe Biden already, which is $20 billion. You're looking at ostensibly $60 billion for a new home. And I quote from Kamala Harris that she is going to be building 3 million new homes over a 4-year period. And she's going to get right to it in her first 100 days as president. And she's calling this a yippee movement. Yes, in my backyard.
So it's a disaster. I mean, this is a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, what she really is, as you point out in the piece, is the, you call it cannibalism. It's not how it's been trending on X. But the idea that we're going to put these sort of Soviet-style block apartment houses across the United States. So the government, once again, getting involved in building homes, the projects in the United States were an absolute disaster. And that's what she wants to do. These are the Soviet-style block apartments. And yes, in my backyard, of course, they became
We go back to the Great Society under Lyndon Johnson in the United States. That's exactly what happened. The Great Society loved public housing, so-called low-income housing. And as you say, it turned into crime ring enclaves, otherwise known as ghettos. That's what happened with the Great Society with Lyndon Johnson. Of course, the Soviet Union had a housing program as well. And for decades, the Soviet Union promoted block-style housing that was just awful. It was always a spiritual family living in the same housing block, in the same apartment. But this is exactly what Kamala Harris is imagining for America. Frankly, in those low-income housing is supposed to be a cesspool for drug addiction and other social issues. Something with the reputation of the housing policy. There's talking about you give people $25,000 a year for doing nothing and everything is going to become inflationary. That $25,000 will be worthless. For people who actually make $25,000 plus, what their earnings will plummet. This is called communism. And Donald Trump has more accurately described this as the most communist-style syndicate. Now, when you put Kamala Harris together with the running mate against the Senate, it's going to be the most communist-style Democratic
draw from Justin Trudeau, but also from the ANC and the United States and part of the Soviet housing. It's really short things housing. They also provide for the immigrants in sense. So this is a really great time to get this out of those homes. Housing services.
The Great Society. Did America learn anything from the Great Society building? Probably not. Because really the Democrats are handed in. They're trying to do Great Society
Phew.
on set. It's like food that it's up that way. But the type that like real that's
is and how easy it could be for somebody who does not possess the skills needed to critically think, which is a skill that younger generations are actually being encouraged not to have, despite how vitally important it is to, human survival. I actually have a theory as well behind why the elites of the world are encouraging younger generations to just follow the herd and to be ostracized if they think differently. So, if you're a fan and you want to remain educated and pick apart all of the various details involved in policies and things happening in our country and around the world, be sure you hit that subscribe button. You can also like the video, as that helps it be viewed to more people. The YouTube algorithm enjoys the likes. And share, of course, if you feel like it's valuable. I hope you don't get as triggered as I do, but we're going to kick this off by watching this whole clip, and then we will break it down towards the end of this video, as well as reveal the very evil reason why I believe governments nowadays do not want people to be able to think for themselves.
These liberals are great at breaking things. They've broken the bank, they've broken the law, and they've broken the budget. It turns out that budgets don't balance themselves. Record government spending leads to record inflation and soaring interest rates. Canadians need the budget fixed. $1 of new spending must be met with $1 of savings. It's a simple concept. Even children can understand it. Will these liberals finally end their inflationary spending, or will they keep breaking the budget?
Mr. Speaker, annual experience has taught Canadians that whenever conservatives talk about public finances, whenever they talk about saving money, what they're talking about is taking money away from Canadians. They are talking, to be very specific, about taking away early learning and childcare. They are talking about taking away dental care. And they are talking about taking away the investments in things like factories in Ontario that are the jobs of today and the future.
All the levels and also the nature more south.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what conservatives are going to cut. I place consultants because conservatives talk directly to Canadians, so we don't need to spend billions of dollars to find out what Canadians think. And let me tell you what Canadians are thinking. They want to axe the tax. They want to fix the budget. They want to build homes. They want to
Stop screaming!
The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. Floss.
Mr. Speaker, you've heard just now about one specific thing Canadians will cut. I'm an MP for Ontario, and for Ottawa is too. They're going to cut the nearly $1,000 that an average family in Ontario is getting right at each one. That is only this helping people every day. Of course, they're going to cut child care. They voted against it. They're going to cut dental care, and they will not make the investment our economy needs.
And I really want you to put yourself in the shoes of just an everyday Canadian who maybe doesn't really have a whole lot of politics, who may have just walked past their TV or saw this clip trending on social media, and they hear, oh, the Conservatives are going to get rid of all of these things. I don't like Conservatives. All they do is cut, cut, cut. I know so many people, even in my life, who are liberal-leaning, and they always complain about the Conservatives and how much the Conservatives cut, which is fascinating because when you look at liberal spending and the inability to actually budget, it's more like a federal shopping list, wish list, bucket list on everybody else's dime. So yes, the Conservatives are going to go and cut. And is that a bad thing? Is it a bad thing to cut programs that we cannot afford, which would in turn allow for taxes to be reduced so that you can then make enough money so that you can afford all of these things on your own? They talk about the federal dental care program. Only a few thousand organizations have actually opted into that because it's not feasible, because it was not rolled out properly. And again, wouldn't it be better if senior citizens and those with an income below $90,000, I believe is what it is, could actually just afford dental care? They talk about the $10 a day child care. Well, again, for the businesses that have opted into that program, we are now seeing, rather than every single person who needs to childcare getting $10 a day, we are seeing people who need childcare not even having the option to get childcare. Wages have gone up by as much as 6 years in some places, when they used to be maybe 3 years, which was fine because you could have baby and you could get on the list by the time your kid needs to be in daycare. That wait list is up. Now, due to how affordable it is for families, the wait lists are that much higher, and people instead are just not even getting childcare. So that kind of backfired a little bit, did it not? The carbon tax rebate, 8 out of 10 families, they receive more money than they actually spend on it. That's not true at all. That has been proven factually incorrect. And the 8 out of 10 families that are receiving more money are often families who are in the poverty line. Poverty has risen significantly under the Liberal government, so it looks like all of these programs to help us out are actually not really working, because, yeah, your tax dollars will go to things that you might actually not even be thinking. You'll be charged more at the checkout line on just about everything, even though you don't need any of the programs that the money is going into. And Statistics Canada recently reported that 23% of Canadians will be eating from food banks as early as this fall. They went on to say that this is the first time in 40 years that they have seen unemployment so low and food bank usage so high. And why is that? Well, our dollar is not going up. People are not making enough money. The average living wage is somewhere around $20 to $25, and the minimum wage is unbelievably below that. Not to mention, you have international workers who are coming in and taking up those jobs overpaid. Let's also get into some of the notable negative changes from 2013, pre-Trudeau, to 2023. Housing crisis, massive issue there. There's been a dramatic rise in home prices. Rent has quadrupled in some areas. It would actually take the average Canadian right now the same amount of time to even save up a down payment for a home as it takes to pay off the mortgage of a home. Think about that. Do you really think that cutting some of these programs that are kind of niche and not everybody needs them or uses them in exchange for having Canadian citizens thrive and able to make a reasonable income and for taxes to go down and inflation to go down because we aren't doing all of this unnecessary spending? Is that a bad thing, like the Liberal government is trying to manipulate you into believing? We also have a serious issue of income stagnation. Despite the rising cost of living, incomes have remained relatively the same, actually, particularly for lower class and middle class Canadians. That doesn't help us financially. Inflation and cost of living has spiked in recent years, which completely destroys the purchasing power, which again makes it harder for Canadians to afford basic necessities. We also have an incredible decline in mental health rates among Canadians, largely due to economic pressures, increased costs of living, and the lingering effects of the COVID-19 lockdowns. So let me think about this. You have all of these programs that you say are so vitally important to Canadians that we want so bad, but you also have a housing crisis, you also have wages not going up, you also have inflation, cost of living going up, mental health issues. All of these things are coming along with the Liberals' spending. So whose budget do you really think would be doing a better job, the Conservatives or the Liberals? See, the Liberal government, people who are left-leaning, they do all these things out of compassion, and they want to look compassionate, they want to look like they care, so they spend exorbitant amounts of cash on things that they cannot afford, on consultants. There have been so many scandals in that regard in Canada alone, and that is what's pushed in the media, is that the Liberal government is here to help you. The Liberal government is nice. The Conservative government, though, those those you don't want to associate with them. And I see it all the time in social media comments as well, where people are so anti-conservative, especially a lot of young people my age. Why is that? Because nobody is critically thinking. In fact, people aren't really thinking at all. People are reading things on social media that are incorrect, misconstrued, manipulated versions of the truth and saying, well, that makes me look good, so I'm going to believe that, and that's why I don't like conservatives. But these people don't even know what they're actually talking about. There's such a reluctance even for a lot of people on the left to do the research needed to form your own opinions. It is literally a cult. They have sucked you in, and you just believe believe everything that they say because you are scared of getting ostracized from the culture, scared of getting excommunicated. And I don't blame people for feeling that way. It is an absolute social contagion that we are in. And I want to know your thoughts on how you think we can constructively break out of this and reintroduce critical thinking and reintroduce people feeling powerful and proud of their opinions that they have researched about and passionate about the things that they are saying rather than just going along with the herd. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And of course, subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Rude, but I'll forgive you. You can also like and share the video. I'm Jasmine Lane, and I will talk to you next time.
Your perfect escape during the Hyundai Shift in the Drive sales event.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record statements of support for my bill and risky research with new act to the scientific community and the state. Thank you.
Objection, so ordered. I will now turn over the gavel to Ranking Member Paul, who will chair the end of the meeting and bring us to a close. So with that, Ranking Paul, you now have the gavel.
Thank you. Dr. Walnets, during the tenure of Francis Collins, he sent an email to Anthony Fauci. In the email, he said that he directed Anthony Fauci to orchestrate a takedown of Drs. Goldberg and Bhattacharya. Were you aware of that email at the time?
I don't specifically recall.
I want to remind the panel that you all continue to be under oath. It is a crime to lie to Congress. Were you directed by Francis Collins to participate in a takedown, alignment, disparagement of either Dr. Goldberg or Bhattacharya?
No.
Did you plant any articles or discuss with anyone in the media articles that disparaged Dr. Goldberg or Bhattacharya or their positions?
No.
In Dr. Fauci's response to this email, he responds by saying, "Don't worry, this is a paraphrase, don't worry, Dr. Collins, I'm on it. I got a story planted in Wired and I think another delayed publication, but he was actively doing Dr. Collins' bidding." So I'm surprised that as the chief of staff, you had no awareness of that there was a policy of taking down the scientists. Dr. Parker, who's had a long distinguished career, said, "You ever directed any of your employees to take down fellow scientists who disagree with?" No. Dr. Redfield, you've had a long and distinguished career. Have you ever directed any of your employees to take down scientists who had a disagreement with? No. Dr. Esfeld, same question. No. Dr. Wolowitz, did you attend the gain of function to use research of concerned meetings during your tenure in government?
Yes.
Were you considered to be a member?
A member of what specific?
I don't know, was there a recall that at a meeting, who gets to go?
So I participated in many groups inside government in which biosecurity management
this is the weekly, it's called this email, weekly research of concern, gain of function meeting, December, Virginia.
I don't recall a meeting called that, although it's quite possible I would suggest it called that nature.
This would be a meeting to discuss things that might be gain of function. Did you attend those meetings?
Not if they were meetings at the level of an individual NIH institute to review research. I was not at all involved in the process.
This is a email. It's from Teresa, I don't know how you pronounce it, Howell? Say it H-A-U-G-U-E-L. Let's see, Reed Lewinsky.
Friends, neighbors, fellow citizens, the critical elements in community system are not where we must decide what we stand for, and how we will shape the future for ourselves and all generations to come. Strong politics have been dominated by those who serve themselves before serving the people. Resource corruption, secret very fast, very we will see many of us feel powerless, unheard, and disappointed. The voices of the people, the everyday hard-working citizens who make our communities thrive, have too often been drowned out by noise of oppression and backing doors. As I stand before you today, we're not listening. We deserve better. We deserve right, the common good. You are guided by common sense. Understand the hopes and the hopes of the everyday common people. I'm here today not as a politician, but as one of you. A member of this community who knows what it's like to worry about common good. One of these weekends when a child play. I think I should very you on the TV. I know the frustration has spread how it works on how to use the benefit of food, while in school classes and public services have to suffer. But I also understand the behaviors of this community. I see within our neighbors and our local businesses lifting up each other, and in their voices that refuse to be silenced in the face of injustice. And now there are differences, and the flag today. The Canadian flag. A flag that represents the values we hold dear: fairness, equality, and justice for all. It reminds us that we are stronger together, bound by a shared commitment to build a brighter future for every Canadian. I believe in a politics that puts people first, with the needs of our families, our workers, and our seniors take precedence of the interests interest of the powerful. And I believe in transparency, accountability, and integrity. And I believe that together we can build a government that truly serves the people. But I can't do it alone. And I need your help. Together we must stand up against the corruption that has taken root in our political system. We must demand that countries act with honesty and fairness. We must hold you accountable with fairness, and we must work tirelessly to ensure that everyone reflects the values of our community. I promise you this. I will always stand up for what is right, even when it's difficult. I will listen to your concerns and make sure that your voices are heard. And I will contribute to that young children grow up in a world that is fairer, more just, and filled with opportunity. This is our country. This is our country. Let's stand together, united, and are determined to bring those people in. Let's reject politics of division, corruption, and secrecy. Let's build a future where we all rise, proud, nameless, and purpose to stand together. Our left and right flag. And when future generations look at us this time, let them see that we were the ones who stood up, who spoke out, who made a difference. Let them say that we are the ones who fought for a better, fair, and more just world. I want to thank you. And I want to thank you for your trust and for your support. And your belief in the power of the people. Because that creates a future we all deserve. Faith and our community. Psychologically abused. Sanctioned financially, we can eat without the means to provide for my family. I've been labeled as a transphobic, a homophobic, and a racist. And that's just one of few. From my own colleagues at council, I've been yelled at, I've been created, and treated. All because I fulfilled my obligation as an elected official to be the voice of the people by functioning a neutral politician as we should be. My own finances as well as residential buildings. I paid for undertakings that every man, woman, boy, girl should have the choice to write kids a biological child of their choice, or choose a university course that can be inclusive of all genders and genders. And for wanting to put age restrictions on private rights and rights to say, what kind of example is the studies of China's elected officials such as myself and everybody who has because they were silenced the silence of the person. There was justice. That's a problem. That's all of you. I'll take any questions.
Okay, we will now go to questions from the media. And if you have any questions online, I do.
It's not looking kind of a hard.
this is Tony. Hope you're all doing well. I've got a rather interesting thing to talk about in this video. Came across a rather interesting information. And actually, it's rather interesting because I actually have very the exact same thing. Now, what it is there's this I've heard of this guy before, and I'm not this guy or anything like that. It's not my point. He's very smart. That's kind of thing to me. Some information from the dark until it's left. And the last time we told him some information, it came through. And this one, the one he told him the most recent one, is very intriguing. So first, the one he told him here was that the IT outage will not be travel on the day. But rather, fly before this day or after this day. And that really happened to the outage. So he had actually completed that little thing. You see the source from the dark, of course, web, and this guy is given very weird information. And of course, this is something really interesting. But he said that it will be until college, and it was said several people but there's only different grades, but instead of in that something else in the next time frame, there will be some sort of something like happening and something that will happen to the power grid. And I said, I covered this a few months ago. There was what I called a test of this in Washington State. I think it was in Tacoma. I don't think I can pull it up. Let me see if I can go find it really quick. Because I covered it quite a while ago. It's not it. Well, I think they were called something. I think they were called something. Here it is. Yeah, Washington State on our substations. Let me show you. I didn't know before about this. That was an exercise that's not and it's a long time what time frame it was. That was, I knew it was about 2024 because one of the things and the last part here was about it basically being, I was in a city here called I was like walking up the road to talk about this video. And I was sitting there talking about material, what I can ask for this realize I'm talking about numerous times on my website doing videos. Basically, I'm walking across the street, it's a summer day, and like I said, this is a dream that sort of
symbolic, and it's in the entire dream is about the year 2024. So all the events in the dream could be like different months. So I walk across the road. It's a summer day, so that could be a month before this happens, or 2 months, or 3 months, whatever. But it's in the summer. So I walk across the road. I go up a hill. It starts to get dark all of a sudden. I look at this Dunkin' Donuts, and the power goes out. And then I walk in, and I see people, and they're all smiling, thinking it's kind of funny or whatever. And then I go over to the parking lot, and I'm just standing there with my phone. My phone's not really working too well. It's raining. I'm like under a lean-to, like when you're at a gas station, there's like a covering over here. It wasn't a gas station, but there was just some lean-to there. And I'm just standing underneath it, and I noticed that the entire city, there's very little power anywhere. And of course, people have Generacs. They have power generators. So obviously, some companies are going to have those running. So there's going to be some places with power. I happen to have one myself. I bought one this year because my dream. Kind of interesting, right? So, at any rate, this guy from the dark, of course, web is saying the exact same thing that I saw in my dream. Except for I didn't know it was 3 weeks long. I didn't have a clue about how long it was. But he says it's going to be 3 weeks. And he happens to be someone who gives information to this guy, Perry Stone. Now, of course, also what's interesting is this guy named Brandon also had a dream about there being no, of course, power for 3 weeks as well. And so, of course, this guy's been right about a bunch of things. You know, about the train sabotage with the Olympics, about the year being raised, the local friends. These are other things you read as well. So I thought that was really interesting. All these people are saying the exact same thing. I also had a dream as well, like a year and a half ago. And another thing I remember is like, what about those submarines going towards Cuba? Remember that whole thing? I think this is related. Okay, so you remember this was back in, what was this year? I covered this back in June. We had ships reach Cuban waters ahead of exercises in the Caribbean. Of course, and there were reports from our own GOP that this could be them giving them certain equipment, right? So what if that's related to it? What if that's part of it, right? Who knows? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Of course, the Ruslans, as I call them, Ruslans, RUSSIA, works with China. And again, the one that happened in Washington State, near Tacoma, back in December 2022, happened to 4 power substations, was 30 miles south of where China was doing exercises, of course, in Canada. That's a little strange, right? So, of course, you have here this article, Friends United, the Renaissance of the Ruslans in Cuba. I call them the Ruslans. I don't want to say the word. I think you get what I'm saying. So, at any rate, we're going to get into all this and much more as we get farther into this video. First of all, I'm going to mention food supply, 25-year shelf life, linkage in the description. They have a new package available. It's larger than their old 3-month package. It costs $750, $300 off. Link is in the description. It includes more calories per day. Obviously, if you go to Walmart for one person, I showed you a viral video of a guy reordering everything that he ordered like back in 2022. It went from like $140 to $415 for 1 month's worth of groceries for just him only. So you can obviously see prices are way higher. Gold just shot up. Gold is 17% higher in price than it was at the beginning of this year, which indicates the dollar's lost 17% of its value. That's what it means since the beginning of this year. Of course, inflation is low, it's 3%. Yeah, that's why gold is up 17%. It's because the dollar lost literally 17% of its value since the beginning of this year. That's how much value it's lost, right? So you definitely want to get some gold, somewhere link below as well. But also, they got some deals going on at APMEX. Actually, the silver prices are really low now, and I think silver is going to be the big winner because silver's always historically priced lower than it's really valued. And once the dollar goes out, which according to some of these people that have been analyzing this, is not going to be in the it's not going to be very far in the future. We're set already for an economic or stock market crash. I showed the graph perfectness. I can go pull it up in a minute here, but the fact of the matter is, you know all this stuff is coming, my friends. You're definitely want to get this. Link is in the description. Only $7.50 for 3 months. Mega Pack. Link is in the description. They have other options available. I think they have a 1 month off option and all those other ones. We'll also just put here the lost ways. This again, little days, Swears of Pages Illustrated. You're going to definitely want to get the printed version of this. You're not going to want the electronic, obviously. Link is in the description. $37 plus shipping. You definitely want to get it before something happens, because you're not going to be able to get it very easily afterwards, because I'm about the only one selling it on the internet. Alright, link is in the description, so go check that out as well. What I was getting into, there's actually a graph as well, and I've shown it numerous times on my business channel. Let's see if I can pull it up. I'm trying to remember where it is. It's on Joe Brown's channel, and I think it's a recent video, so let me go check it out. Joe Brown here, he's his channel. Let me go pull up his channel, see if I can find it really quick, this video. This guy is an expert in analyzing markets. Let's see, where is it at? I think it's, this one. Here it is. I'll show you this graph. This graph is 100% that we're going to stop. Guaranteed. The reason why is because it's historically accurate. Right. Okay, here. So, this graph right here shows you every stock market crash since.
Nederlanders is toch about what and why ons have all the But once again, not one.
So all these stock market crashes happen at the exact same time. So in the curve, which is the 10-year versus 2-year treasury, uninverts. So right now it's inverted underneath the black line. Whenever it uninverts, that's when there's a stock market crash. So right here, uninverted went up, stock market crash. Uninverted went up, stock market crash. Uninverted went up, stock market crash. See, stock market crash, stock market crash. One back in 2020, it's exactly something down below the black line, stock market crash. And look, we're underneath the line right now, it's moving up right now. The stock market crash is soon. That's what I mean. And it could be this year, it could be next year, it could be, but according to Brandon, the guy who did the former press zero degrees, he says it'll be in the winter, it'll probably be this winter, but it could be next winter. So probably, but not the data showing it's coming. Okay, mathematically it's there, it's already there, it's just no one knows these things. So, at any rate, so I wanted to show you guys that. Now, what's really interesting, like I said, this source that is telling Perry about this upcoming outage for 3 weeks. This one also told him about the IT outage. Right? The IT outage, of course, what's interesting about that is it was from CrowdStrike. Now, CrowdStrike is related to and owned by BlackRock and Vanguard, right? And what's interesting about that is, of course, recently we had the Japanese stock market crash about 10 days ago. And what happened when that occurred? They had an outage, another IT outage, and it was Vanguard and Schwab and Fidelity had an outage during the stock market crash. So what does that mean? So that means if we have a stock market crash in our future, we might have an outage. Then you won't be able to sell your stocks. You got a 401k and you're going to lose your money. So once you got a 401k, you got $50. Boom, stock market crashed. Oh, I got to sell right now. Oh, the website don't work. Oh, man, that sucks. Oh, we're out for 3 weeks. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, then when you finally get in there, you got no money left on it. See how that works? So this is something that you might want to consider as well. Because it happened with the Japanese stock market crash back in August 5th. So that's something to think about as well. So you also have a recent, pretty much every American's Social Security number that happened on the 11th. I even checked my own, checked credit-wise, and it had it up. Won't be in Illinois. So I'm sure if you go check yours, you'll probably see it too. It's a 2.7 million record. And anyway, get back to this topic. So we saw the IT outage by this meeting. Biden saying, don't fly, don't travel on this one day, that day of the IT outage. And he also started telling that there's going to be a 3-week period without, of course, power. Oh, that sounds so wonderful. That's going to happen between now and the end of the year, which is November, I think. So, we want to be prepared for that. I actually moved to go to Generac because I didn't drink one. I didn't know what the soul was about today. So, this is rather curious. I've seen a lot of things point in that direction. Actually, there's something I've talked about many times before, but we're going to get into in this video. This man who is no longer with us, Henry Coach Whisper, read a dream back in 1980 about something similar to this, very similar, a little bit different. And I'm curious if it's related or not. We'll get into that in a bit here. Obviously, something to think about. We had, of course, 163 Yankees. Well, when we tried to get in and disrupt our power grid in 2023. All right, now if the power grid is down, because a lot of people don't understand, nothing's going to work. The gas station won't work. Your credit card won't work. Your electricity won't work. You just got to generate. Okay, someone like that. A lot of these businesses have, like these will have it probably. McDonald's will probably have it. Which, you know, a lot of these businesses have generators. So they'll probably be operating. This would be on backup source of pipe for natural gas or some other thing. Probably not propane, because I've never seen propane in restaurants. So a lot of these stores and restaurants may be running solo. I don't even know about balls. What's going to do? I remember seeing one that's, I went to a water park, they had massive dinner like that. So a lot of places will probably have power while you don't. Okay? That's what I'm saying. So you could probably go to McDonald's there for the fucking 500 people there to do the same thing. Right? Because they don't have power either. So this would be a lot of people would probably be blocking the places during that time for 3 weeks. And of course, after the subversion in the next couple of years, it's going to sell out of the tool. Home generator would be gone. You can go bud, your generator would be free. Not open. No more available. Never be already gone. Just one. So that's another thing to think about. You're really trying to out. So I'm just thinking this is going to happen. I'm not saying this is either. You know, maybe the source is wrong. Maybe I misinterpreted my dream somehow. You know? I think we were at we were staying at our place for like 4 or 5 days. We're like, this sucks. You know, I mean, you end up having to throw everything in the refrigerator away as well. I remember just driving to my parents' house. So that's I mean, it was good. Anyway, that's that. So, of course, there was, there are some things that indicate that we're definitely in an interesting time. We talked about it in the last video. We've had all these, in space, we've had astronomical constellations. We've seen things like this, the 11-12 sign. We've seen so many things that indicate we're something, important to the happens. You guys, that's back in 2014, 2015. The weird blood moon tetrads appeared on 1515, 2015. Exactly. It's a mirror image of blood moon tetrads and blood moons that were, and then we also had these midpoints as well. Very interesting as well. They also mirrored some other stuff even. I'll show you that. You can see it all down here. Other things. So that was an interesting. There was something big on that day, 1515 in space. So that, of course, led into what we saw in 2017 with the. And this is interesting. I covered in the last video, but some people may not have seen this. The Rev 12, of course, sign. What's interesting about this is in Scripture. You got Revelation now. Sign appeared in heaven, and one of the sun, and then intervenes, stars or the child, right? Now, a lot of people only saw that part. They didn't see the other part. Another sign appeared in heaven, behold, a great fiery red dragon having 7 heads, 10 horns, 7 heads on its head. So, of course, if you actually span out, you'll see the rest of it. Here's the great red dragon. And the word dragon is serpent in Greek, in the ancient Greek. And that's actually what this constellation is called, serpents. Okay? And it has 7 stars in the head, 10 stars in the tail. It has 7 crowns or 7 stars. In this crown, the crown is called Corona Borealis. Does that name sound familiar? This is 2017, 3 years before that happened. Showing you the devil or the great red dragon's plan. These things are shown. Alright? And of course, also, like I said, we are entering into a different age, the age of Goshen. We're going from Taurus to Goshen. And so it's a time of instability where we're going between 2 different ages. And this is when a lot of stuff can happen. Alright? That's why we're seeing all these things that we've seen over the last couple of years. This is a time of instability, and a lot of people just assume it's going to get worse. I don't believe so. I think it's actually going to get better, because we've seen a number of signs showing this as well. We had the asteroid eclipse, the puzzling red giant star Betelgeuse. That movie Beetlejuice recently came out. There's no coincidence behind that. Of course, they want you to think they don't talk about stuff like this, of course. So this asteroid is Betelgeuse. What does that mean? Here's Betelgeuse, the yellow star. You actually look at it, it's the power of Orion. Betelgeuse is the power of Orion.
What can you get for $1 these days? A Pizza Hut pizza. That's what. Buy one, get one for $1. Online only.
Who's Orion? Gilgamesh. Nimrod. Who is he in Scripture? He is the main opponent of the King of Kings, of Jesus. So, he's the power. The enemy power. That means this age is ending, which we were under the red dragon, this age, for the last 500 years since King Henry VII. And now we're going to enter into the age of Goshen, which means we're going to enter into a good age. Alright? So, it's going to be rocky, like I said, getting there. So this year, and maybe also next year somewhat, it's going to be lots of fun stuff happening, like power going out, stuff like that. Yeah, super awesome stuff. Pardon my sarcasm. Of course, this is in Scripture. These dragons fighting is in Scripture. It was removed. This is a chapter of the book of Esther that was removed, including the book into the Apocrypha. The last chapter of Esther was removed. Why is one book in... Okay, so for those who don't like the Apocrypha, riddle me this. Why is it that this book is inspired, but for some reason the last chapters not inspired. It's like, if one chapter's not inspired, the whole book's not inspired. Does that make any sense? Like, oh, look, this book's all inspired with the last chapter. Does that even make any sense? It's the same book. Reveals it was removed 200 years ago. It was in the King James Version. A lot of people know that. Second Esdras, chapter 14 predicts its own removal from Scripture. And of course, he also removed this chapter, which happens to talk about dragons. They like to remove all the chapters about dragons. They even dealt with dragons. Anything with dragons are removed for some reason. You're not supposed to know about dragons for some reason. Yeah, so this chapter talks about the power struggle in the earth, the powers over, the world struggling. You have the red and the white dragon fighting. And you also had that with King Arthur and Merlin. They also saw a dream of two dragons fighting, a red and white dragon. The red dragon lost, and the white dragon prevailed. And after that time, we had the Middle Ages for 1,000 years. So the white dragon was over 2 Onas, or 2 500-year periods. That was what it meant. And then after that, it turned to the red dragon. So we've been under the red dragon for 500 years. And it's coming to an end. And of course, the devil wants to continue. He wants another 500 years. He wants to be over for another 500 years. Of course he wants it. He wants to be there forever. But of course he has a time. His time is short, as Revelation says. His time is short. And it's coming to an end. Right? The King of Kings will come back. All that kind of stuff, right? So, here you have Henry and his dream talking about, very interesting, he circled that area where they had the test for the power of the outages. Well, vision was in the same state, in the same area. Well, not the same area, but in the same state. As those power substations that went down back at the end of 2022. I didn't know something was but, of course, this is about a WAR, a global one, where countries come into America after the power outages, and actually after the communications go down. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here, but that's kind of interesting, the timing and all that, so I don't know what to think about that. I would say that'd probably be a worst-case scenario right there, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. Really hope not. Hopefully it's just 3 weeks without power and that's it. Then we're done. And it's all good again. I don't know, man. But hopefully it doesn't turn into a world WAR. And I have a feeling that's not going to happen. Like there's not going to be a full world WAR anytime soon. It's going to be in the future. But I could be wrong. That's just my opinion. I guess we'll see what happens. But like I said, with this story about King Arthur and Merlin, what's interesting is after their time frame, which is around 518 AD, what's interesting is shortly after that, around 536 AD, I think it was. Did I already close it? Around 536 AD, they had a massive volcanic eruption. I'm pretty sure it's a super volcano. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, 536 AD's. Okay, there we go. Here it is. Okay, South Darkly. Okay, here. There we go. There's that Google AI copyright. Early 536 AD, a massive volcanic eruption likely in Iceland projected a large amount of sulfate aerosols into the atmosphere of the aerosol, reducing the amount of fuel radiation that reached the Earth's surface, causing the sky to be dark. 18 months, Tyler. 18 months. 18 months without sunlight. So, like I said, big things happen here. We're going from one page to another. And we're in the middle of it. So,
I talked about a super volcano in my last video because I thought it was curious that Yellowstone's been acting up of recent, but the guys are going off crazy, and there's also some other strange reports like so that we don't have to. Who knows? I mean, this was literally this is probably 100 years after that point. And so, everyone people today would exactly was, and then it would tell you. I mean, it's like a calendar, and then it tells you exactly. We'll just say 5th, 6th century. That's all it says. So, it is interesting, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to make of all this, but clearly, and that stuff I'm talking about all there is esoteric sort of, and also just things that have to do with conservation. I mean, if you do have an actual source saying these things on the dark Force web, about it. There's also been tons of people who have learned about a world that we are. We're talking China and these things. Tons of people. People are going to search on YouTube and find tons of people. They all say the same thing. They all say very, very similar things. I'm not sure if this is real or not. I hope not. Because I know we're kind of real. It's just an outrage to me. So then we're all happy again. I don't know. Hopefully. I don't know, man. Hopefully we just, I mean, obviously it'd be nice just that it didn't happen at all. I would be happy, but the fact is I had a dream about this, other people are talking about this, I'm thinking there's something here. So, and there's people talking about it on the Dark Force web saying it's going to happen as well. So, I don't know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments section. Well, it takes what?
Mr. Park, would you lie to this committee to get confirmed?
No, sir.
You just did, didn't you?
I don't believe so. Yeah.
I spent a lot of time studying your record. You're a bright young man. You're an activist, aren't you?
Senator, I don't think that's a fair description of my record. Okay.
You have a history of substituting your judgment for your client's interests. My impression of your record, and I'm studying it carefully, is that
Canadian legal system just dealt a major blow to free speech, and it's time we talk about it. The Supreme Court's refusal to hear Jordan Peterson's appeal isn't just about one man. It's a wake-up call for all of us. Jordan Peterson, a leading public intellectual and arguably Canada's most globally recognized figure, now faces the absurd prospect of education by individuals likely less knowledgeable than himself. The irony is palpable. A master communicator forced to undergo social media training by those less adept in the field. It's absurd, right? Imagine telling Picasso he needs to take a finger painting class. This isn't just about Peterson. It's a stark warning to all Canadians about the fragility of our freedoms. When someone of Peterson's stature can be silenced and punished for expressing views, what hope do ordinary citizens have? Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms is starting to look about as effective as a chocolate teapot. The international reaction speaks volumes. While Canada's busy trying to silence Peterson, other countries are rolling out the red carpet.
It's embarrassing, right? We're supposed to be a bastion of free speech, not a place of intellectuals freedom. Here's the bottom. Our rights are under threat. The courts have essentially given the green light to squash unpopular opinions. It doesn't matter if you agree with Peterson or not. This sets a dangerous precedent. We need to wake up. Our right to speak freely is being eroded, and it's happening right under our noses. When the highest court in the land turns a blind eye to such blatant overreach, it's clear that our civil liberties are in serious jeopardy. If we don't stand up now, we might find ourselves in a country where free thought is not permitted. This isn't about left or right, political or conservative. It's about preserving the fundamental rights that define our nation.
We appeal that the philosophy of the company, we appeal to a Supreme Court and to see for promoting and mandating the education of colleges and underschools do. And for everybody who doesn't know, the education means those things they choose to train people on what to say on social media, which we find hilarious.
It's important in training with regard to how I conduct myself as a public intellectual person.
Yes.
So that retraining is, of course, at my expense with their being the expert. They have someone who styles herself, I believe, a social media expert, whatever the hell that is. And apparently they believe that her intercession in my affairs will bring me to heel. That's the plan. And so they've already sentenced me to that. We appealed that to the Court of Appeal first in Canada, and now at the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court announced today that they rejected my appeal and they want me to pay court costs for the College of Psychology. The college obviously has members who are none too pleased with me for being right about things. And now it's time to be re-educated. And just so people know what have been the accusations. I criticized Justin Trudeau, which is something I'm actually pretty happy about because he's a narcissist. He's made Canada a much worse place. He's done that again. I criticized some of the members of his staff, and I made some comments on climate on the Joe Rogan podcast. The last one, but the one before that, is a bloody transcript of that to the college and said that I don't know, what am I doing? I'm doing something unethical by pointing out the fact that the climate apocalypse narrative is a preposterous pack of lies generated by people whose fundamental aim is nothing but power and control. And I'm also pretty happy about that. And I would also point out that since I did that, and I'm not attributing this to me, it's part of the whole process by which these things unfold, the climate apocalypse narrative is looking increasingly cheap. Let's put it that way. The net zero proposals look economically preposterous and devastating, and I happen to be in the forefront of this conversation, which we have about now. So it's obvious we all know this re-education is going to go. So, as I said, we're being sentenced. We send up the expert, whatever that means, and they're going to do anything they can do to make me into an entirely different sort of creature than I am. I don't need to spend 30 hours talking to someone about how I should reform everything I know from first fundamental. But I'm going to go through. Why? I'm a citizen of Canada, subject to its laws, such as they are. And so I'll play the bloody charade out until the end.
Jordan Peterson has been a necessary challenge for the establishment, pushing boundaries and sparking important conversations that Canada needs. He could have easily packed his bags and headed south where the grass is greener.
Surprises from the games we want. Play at rockpaperprizes.com.
This is how I look that I'm worthy of the best guild. Who the hell is that? Okay? Hey, I see this spot. Only mine. Don't regret this. The great torch will start.
on inflation, housing, healthcare, per capita income. The Liberal Party of Canada has been an absolute disaster. Middle-class Canadians are worse off now than middle-class Canadians were almost 50 years ago. You have to go back almost 5 decades to find a time when the middle class was having more of a struggle to make ends meet than it is now. And that is almost all thanks to Liberal government policy. You only hear Jenkins, you hear Justin Trudeau from the Liberals say, oh, Robert Barron's the grocery store. They're robbing, they're taking money from you. They should have to put on the prices you can charge. It's their fault that the price of your groceries. No, it's not. It's the Liberals' inflationary monetary policy. They've run up so much debt and printed so much useless, wasteful money. That's what's driven up inflation. Their carbon tax driven up inflation. I don't think the Bank of Canada is all known carbon tax to the policy. If we put a 17-cent a liter tax on everything, the groceries from the farm to the groceries, from the grocery store to your house, taking the kids to hockey, going on a family vacation, anything that gets trucked across the country, anything that gets run across the country on train, if we put the carbon tax on every liter of fuel, of course, this is another one of those cases where the experts, who are mostly liberal left, have deluded themselves into believing that their green projects like the carbon tax to solve the climate crisis. They've lied to themselves that those things are working. But get back to ordinary Canadians. Let's just take a look at one number of those statistics. On August 19th, Stats Canada said that last year, median family income after taxation went up 2.5%. No, that's not great. Well, 5% is better, 7% is better. But 2.5%, oh, after taxes, you think, oh, well, it's pretty good. Better than 2%. After accounting for inflation, median after-tax family income in Canada last year went down by 4%. Just from government-caused inflation, your income lost 4%. So that's not a good. Then you take a look at the jobs report, which came out last week. For the last 12 months, from July of 2023 to July of 2024, Canada added 572,000 new workers, almost all through immigration. During that same time, we added 346,000, and only 2/3 of them were full-time. So we added 572,000 workers, but we only created enough full-time jobs for what happened. So what happened? Unemployment. That's not good for middle-class people. If you take a look at so far this year, the Liberals have admitted 650,000 new workers. That's the rate taken over the full year from January of 2024 to December of 2024. If they continue along the line, they will have added 650,000 new workers. And the economy is so slow right now, we don't have 300,000. That's full empire. That's even way. So a government that came to power in 2015, claimed to be the champion of the middle class, said President Biden ready to save the middle class. That's been an unmitigated disaster for the middle class. So you can't have one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, let's just come back to Jose Ibarra, if we can. You know who that is? That's a question. You know what he did?
I know what he's accused of doing.
Which is?
Murdering a young woman.
And that wasn't the first crime that he committed in this country, was it?
Senator, as I've articulated previously, I'm not going to speak about the facts of the case because there is an ongoing criminal investigation.
Have you read his parole file?
Senator, same answer.
So you're not going to say whether or not you've read the parole file? I've got it right here. Have you read this?
Senator, I do not want to speak to the particulars of the case given pending criminal proceedings.
I find this interesting because this is a new answer today. You changed your answers all over the map on this, and it looks like to me you just don't want to answer the question. 2 days ago, you were asked about this in the House Homeland Security Committee. I've got the transcript right here in front of me. You were asked the same question. Jose Ibarra, why was he paroled? You said, I don't know. You said, I don't know. I don't have the case details with me today. Congressman Bishop says, you don't know? And you said, I don't know. I don't have the details with respect to that individual's case, but I would be pleased to provide them to you, Congressman. You didn't know 2 days ago. Now, interestingly, on April the 10th, 6 days before that, you gave Senator Katie Britt a different answer. She asked you the same question. She said, why was Jose Ibarra paroled into the United States? You said, and I quote, Ranking Member Britt, there was no derogatory information of which we were aware. So you were happy to comment on the case then, on April the 10th. By April the 16th, you had developed amnesia, and today you say you just won't comment. So which is it, Mr. Secretary? Now that we have the file, I'll tell you the difference is. Congressman Bishop didn't have the profile, and Senator Britt didn't have the profile, and now we do have the profile. And now we all know that the reason he was paroled into this country was because lack of detention capacity, which, as you and I both know, is not a valid reason under the statute. And now that we know that for sure, this is right out of the parole file. Here it is. Subject was paroled into detention capacity at the Central Processing Center in El Paso, Texas. Now suddenly, you don't want to talk about it.
I'm in Northern Ireland here today for three purposes. Firstly, to meet the PSNI officers who've been on the front line during this disorder. Many of them have been injured. But my purpose was to say to them, thank you for what they have done. We make big asks of them. They step up and they deserve our thanks. I've also had the chance to speak to PSNI senior leadership about the challenges that they face and the support that they need. And then third and very importantly, to speak to some of the communities most impacted about the fear that they have, the anxiety that they have about the recent disorder. The disorder is intolerable. It is incapable of justification. It's clearly racist, and it does not represent the modern forward-looking Northern Ireland that I know that this place is. So I'm very pleased to achieve all those three things today and to work with all communities, to work with PSNI and others to ensure that we have this situation, not just in the disorder, but also the longer-term work that's necessary to ensure that we have that one Northern Ireland approach that I know represents the Northern Ireland and Northern Ireland of the future. The disorder is intolerable. It's clearly racist.
You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. No trial or nothing. Right to jail. Believe it or not, jail. Right to jail. Believe it or not, jail. Right away. Also jail.
Fantastic, fantastic. How's everybody doing? Good. Very first thing we're going to do as always, we're going to give thanks to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. There are reporters in this room somewhere. I can't see through the lights. It's the mainstream media here. If you're here, I want you to hear me. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what you do in your newsroom. I don't care about your plans and your schemes to bring this nation down with your Democratic friends. Why? Because Jesus Christ is still on the throne. You may have your news cameras and your satellites and your 24-hour news, but Jesus Christ holds the world in his hand, and he holds me in it as well. And what he has for me, you cannot keep from coming true. It may not be the governor's mansion. It may not be any political seat, but you will not stop Jesus Christ who will in my life. So I do not fear you. Like those folks, tell your lies, tell your half-truth. But Christ is still on the throne because he lives in my heart. And I live for him. I know whatever I need to do on this earth for him, it will endure. So we give him thanks first and foremost. Guys, all these other guys that come out here and talk to you about the issues, we know the issues. The wide open border, crime on the street, fentanyl killing our children, pornography in our schools. We know about the issue, the failing economy, the precarious place the United States finds itself in on the world stage with its enemies. The horrible, absolutely dreadful administration that is currently leading our nation right now. It is mind-numbing to think that the most energetic, the greatest nation on earth, people seek to come to for that vaunted thing that we have, the freedom and energy and intelligence that we have in this country. And all 350 million people are being led by somebody who just barely knows they're here on We know what the issues are. But I didn't really come here to go into details about the issues. What I really came here to do, I came here to get something started. See, because we got a problem in this country. We got a bunch of Bible-trapped people that sit behind news media desks and want to talk about fake trials for President Trump. Turn the television on, they talk about first one actor, then another actor. Talking about all manners of foolishness. Talking about MAGA Republicans being the most dangerous people on earth. I don't know. I didn't see any MAGA Republicans on 9/11.
I'm here as a concerned parent to speak about a very serious issue that affects our children in Canada. But I do not speak alone. I speak also on behalf of the tens of thousands of parents from my city in the Greater Toronto Area, as well as the hundreds of thousands of parents across Ontario, and even the million parents across the rest of our great nation. I can speak confidently about these numbers because these are the parents who came together and coordinated and communicated and pulled off what we now know as the million-person movement to take place last year on September 20th. The mainstream media downplayed the size and significance of this event. But as one of the organizers, I saw videos of the mass amount of parents who came together to voice their concerns about radical indoctrination taking place in our school systems. These parents came together and they showed up because they are fed up. And they are so fed up that millions more have joined this movement and will be participating again this year on Friday, September the 20th, 2024. Some have made the effort to deliberately distort the message of these parents that came together and to discredit their voices. So I'm here to make it clear and eliminate any confusion about what these efforts signify. We are not homophobic, we are not transphobic, and we are not anti-LGBTQ. The proof can be found in the very vocal detransitioners and members of the Pride community who stood